DMR.
Hello, hello.
Good morning, Aaron and Blake.
Switch it up.
How is everyone doing?
We are
Fantastic.
good.
How are you?
Switched it up a little bit on you.
Yeah. What headlines you got for us this morning?
Okay, so obviously you were just talking about it, but everyone is watching Hurricane Ian head for South Florida.
Mhm.
And boy, oh boy, looks like it's going to be a whopper.
It is a very
Um,
dangerous storm.
Yes, and Caymanians have a lot of interest in the Tampa area, believe it or not. It's one of the ports that a lot of Caymanians actually, like seamen and stuff, went into. So there are Caymanians who live there long
Yeah.
term, and a lot of university students, USF, University of Tampa, Hillsborough Community College. So they're all getting together and making sure they're going to be safe. I know a few, like Kevin and some others. His cousin goes to university there. Kevin works at USF. They're going to be riding out the storm together.
Yeah, I was just
So-
talking about an uncle, my uncle that lives there in what looks to be in the eye,
Oh my gosh.
path of the eye, and he refuses to leave his house. He's going to
That's-
ride it out.
Not smart.
Is
And
he
he's-
close to the water? Where exactly is he?
I don't know exactly.
What's it called
okay.
again?
Bradenton, which is
Yeah,
just
Bradenton, Florida. Yeah, that's kind of close to, I think, Riverview and stuff.
There's a beach
Um,
there, Palmetto. Yeah,
Yeah.
So,
it's low lying. I
and
would
he's
say.
in his 80s. So
What?
yeah, he's just hard headed.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
not
That
smart.
may not be a good thing for him.
I might try to get him on the show today and see. Seriously, see
Yeah.
what's going. Talk some sense into him. It's probably,
Start-
We're gonna-
probably a little too
our,
late
our
now.
new segment. What you thinking?
What you doing riding out the storm?
What's wrong with you? All right. So in Cuba, obviously they have just got hit by Hurricane Ian. Some flooding, and I saw some downpours and stuff for them. So I mean, I don't think that it was as bad as some other storms that they've recently gone through. I think there's one in 2017 that passed through that was far worse than this. But they're now going to be in recovery mode, so we're definitely wishing them the best.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Environment has assisted 1,000 hatchlings who were rescued and released ahead of Ian. So these are little baby turtles.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they made it to the sea, and hopefully, a large percentage of them do not make it to adulthood. So it's important that we get as many out there as possible.
Yeah.
So there was a team of 37 turtle nest excavations that were happening, 14 nest relocations, and they rescued, as a result of that, more than 1,000 sea turtle hatchlings from nests that were due to hatch during the storm. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
they were able to get them in the water beforehand. So they basically removed them early, which is pretty cool.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Well,
Cuba. Speaking of Cuba, they've voted to legalize same-sex marriage.
yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Talked
That's
about
awesome.
that yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super interesting because they're one step ahead of us. So there you go. The country's National Electoral Council announced that most of the voters who turned out on Sunday voted in favor of a new law that offers greater protection to the vulnerable, including the LGBTQ community. And so as a result of this referendum, a new family code, which extends greater protection to women, children, the elderly, as well as the LGBT community and couples, gives them the right to marry and adopt children.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty forward thinking.
Thought that we thought the same thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that from Cuba before us, to be honest. But there you go.
We thought the same thing.
Surprises.
Yeah.
Really quick, when are they going to fix? Because when I was driving in, drove through the Smith Road.
Yeah, the stoplight.
Yes, I was just going to tell you about that.
Yeah.
That
Stop
was
was
just
coming
coming
in.
up. So there's an actual part that appears to be missing for it.
Hmm.
So they're trying to, I think, get that sourced and
Can't they take it
figure
from
out.
a less used stoplight, maybe, and
Yeah.
get that one working? Because that's a pretty
Or like-
busy.
Yeah, I mean,
Or like
people
push
just have to
someone out there.
really, really be careful. But the traffic signal itself was actually damaged. And so they were assessing the damage yesterday, and it looks like a signal inside the cabinet is actually damaged. So I don't know They're trying to locate it in Orlando, but of course, you know what's
Huh?
going on over there right
Good
now.
luck.
We don't keep spares for that?
Yeah, they're prepping for the
Yeah, right.
storm.
Yeah, we don't
So,
have the spare
We should have like little
parts.
spare parts, or they need
yeah,
to
you
post
know.
someone over there, like a police officer or
I
something, to do
agree.
some traffic because
Well, they
people are
should be
just
doing that. That's the RCIPS. But look at this is the part right there. That's the part that they need.
Okay.
So,
Mm.
Here.
yes. You know,
Well,
but
listen,
yeah, the police, I understand that the police haven't really been out there, and I can't imagine that that's a safe thing because that is a pretty crazy
Oh, I
intersection.
saw some people just doing some wild stuff while I
well,
was
listen,
there.
people don't know it, but that becomes a four-way stop.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
we're talking about the
that's right.
stoplight by the Cricket Pitch,
Yeah, it's
Bobby
like,
Thompson
don't
Way and Crew Road.
and yeah, Smith
Yeah,
Road,
Smith Road,
yeah,
right.
that whole area. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
Smith
mean,
Road.
you don't slow down.
Yeah,
You
you
stop.
need to stop and let but that's gonna cause a huge traffic jam. They need a police
Yeah.
officer there for
Especially if school's back,
commutes.
if prep's back
Mhm.
today,
Yeah,
and all those other schools right there.
all the schools are back today.
Yep, so there you go.
Yeah, so let's just hope that police actually are out there today because I'm surprised that they were not there all day yesterday, but I heard that they were not. So
Well, I don't know if you need to be there
RCIPS.
all day, but certainly during busy times like the morning commute, afternoon commute.
Listen, that intersection is
Schools are-
always busy.
It
They
is.
need to be
It
there all
really
day.
is, and there's always wrecks there too, and that's
Yeah,
what's dangerous. Yeah.
exactly. So yes, no signage, I guess, that's up that says this is now a four-way, but
Well,
for
I
everyone
saw a
who's
stop
listening,
sign, but it was just kind of more on the ground low, and people
Yeah.
still weren't
right?
paying attention. No one follows traffic laws here. What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
What you talking about?
So
What you
those are some of your news headlines this morning.
What you doing
But
outside
yeah,
for disruption?
slow down, folks, slow down.
Cat Sanders
All
Show
right.
coming up on Bobo 89.1
10
FM in
seconds.
just a couple of minutes, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. All right, folks. Buenos dias. Good morning. How are you? Lovely. Let's get it.
Peppermint, sorrel, ginger, beaver grass, or English. Get it ready. Your morning tea just got hotter.
Ooh, honey child.
On the cold, hard truth. Bobo 89.1 and Cayman's #1 talk show are bringing you morning talk like no one else. Monday Rewind, Impact Wednesdays, Caribbean Connections, and much more. Don't miss a beat with what's happening in the local community. Just keep sipping your tea.
What a mess.
Here's your host, live and direct from the Cayman Islands, Sandy Hill.
All right. Good morning, beautiful people. Rise and shine. What a lovely day. Isn't every day just wonderful? So glad to be alive and kicking and crawling and whatever it is that you do, skipping along, hopping. Some of y'all got lots of energy. So you are ready first thing in the morning. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, we got a lot to talk about today. We got our Caribbean Connection Wednesday link up. So our Caribbean colleagues are going to be joining us here shortly. Yes. Hope that everybody is doing well. It is almost the end of the month already, which means that you got to get ready. If you have kids, you know, trick-or-treating is right around the corner and they love them some trick-or-treating. And we also have got to get ready for Christmas. Somebody was telling me recently, somebody's got Christmas trees out already. And I said, really, in September? Can we not get through the autumn season first? Can't we do our, Halloween costumes before we get to that point? But I get it. It seems like all the holidays are just fast forwarded a little bit earlier than normal. So that is super interesting. Yeah. Well, y'all need to make sure now that you get ready for Christmas. What's on your Christmas list? Naughty or nice? I don't know. Thank you so much. Somebody says, good morning. You look so beautiful today. Aw, you guys are just so sweet, I tell you. Nothing different around here in terms of, it's probably just the top being a little bit different. I do nothing different in the mornings, to be honest, 99% of the time. But thank you. I appreciate it. And let me just see what we got going on here. All right. I'm going to let everybody know I'm live. Whenever you guys are. Yes. We'll do a couple of preliminary things before they come on. All right. Okie dokie. So we do have Andre Stevens, Popsidoo, going to be joining us. And we also have, let me see who else is coming. Damian Wilson. Damian is going to be joining us from TCI as well. Our BVI colleague had to run to the US Virgin Islands this morning. So unfortunately, he was planning on coming, but he had to kind of pull out at the last minute. So he'll be coming right up. Oh, somebody just sent me a little baby picture. So cute. Oh my goodness, look at him. Don't you guys just love babies? Good morning to Miss Vernita. First one out of the barn this morning. Why do people decide to call me the second I'm on air? Oh my goodness. And I always wonder, do they actually want to come on the radio, you think? And they're just calling the wrong number. Well, let me remind you of what the correct number is. 936-2626. So good to see you guys. Colin is here. Is that Colleen or Colin? Good morning. Says, good morning, Professor. I think it's Colleen Linton. So good to see you. Irvelyn. Olive, I don't think, so good to see you. Olive is here. We've got Miss Ava. Good morning, Barbara. Trevine. Tia, so good to see you, Tia. Felicia's here. Donette says, good morning. We pray their protection, and I do pray that they're kept safe too. So, folks, this storm is headed for Florida. Obviously, we're going to check in with Kevin a bit. Let me just see if he wants to do a check-in, but he said he's ready. He is ready. You know, Kevin has been working in disaster preparedness and disaster management as part of the whole COVID response team there in Florida. And so he's putting those skills to good use, even in his own life. So good morning, Melita and Miss Rita, buenos dias. Laurel is here. So I don't know what's going on at the traffic signal, why the RCIPS has not been there, but I've been receiving complaints about it. So can we encourage them to please go out? It is a very hot spot that is definitely accident prone. One love, Ja, thank you for coming. Donette says Christmas is coming and all the geises and chickens are getting fat. Oh, the geese, I think that's supposed to be. And chicken are getting fat. Well, I don't know if the chicken are getting fat, but morning, Miss Morna. Althea, so good to see you. Miss Iva's here. Diamond Princess. Luisa. Alba, buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy bien. Muy gracias. Tia. Jeanette says, morning, Sandy. Have a peaceful day. Thank you. We are indeed blessed, but you know, the thing is, it's a numbers game as well, right? So more and more storms coming our way. We just never know when it's going to be the one that we really need to be prepared for. So we be prepared for all of them. Trevine is in South Florida, not raining now. We actually got a call from relatives in Fort Lauderdale yesterday, and they were saying that it was like raining cats and dogs in Fort Lauderdale ahead of the storm. So, you know, they're getting ready. The Fort Lauderdale area isn't quite going to quite get as much, maybe some outer bands, but this, I understand, is a pretty big storm. I'm going to just pull up the weather here because I haven't looked at it this morning and see what Ian is up to. But the last I heard, it was going to be like just rolling into Florida, Tampa area as a Cat 3. So this is pretty massive as storms go. Tampa in particular has not had a hurricane of that magnitude or a hurricane in like a really, really long time. So it's definitely something to watch out for, right? So let me just see if I can pull that up on my corresponding screen over here. Morning, Carmelie. Amiria says that she's eating some nice fried green plantains. I hear you there, honey chill. Why not? Let's see weather. So of course, everybody in the US right now is watching this storm. One of the interesting things, oh my gosh, it's a Cat 4. What? When did that happen, y'all? Woo! Honey child. No, sir. 155 miles per hour. Oh my gosh. This is massive. And it's like right off the coast, too. Whoa. That's scary. Oh my gosh. Are y'all kidding me right now? Lord Jesus. Pray for Florida. Wow. That is a massive. I'm going to kind of monitor the weather on the side here. And when they bring up the next update, we'll jump in on it. Ingrid says, good Spanish, Sandy. Did I ever tell you my Spanish story? Like Sandy's got more stories than Quaker has oats. I used to be pretty close to being fluent. I started Spanish lessons and I did my first one in the middle school. Yeah, 7th grade, I think it was. And then when I got to high school, I did a couple more years. And by the time I got to university, in Florida anyway, I don't know about the rest of the US, but for your bachelor's degree, you've got to do like 2 semesters of like English, math, and you have to do a foreign language. And there are things like sign language actually counts as a foreign language in America. And so, of course, I was like, well, I might as well do Spanish because I've already been doing it. And let's pull in Ian's update here. Hold on.
More power outages likely, and the rainfall that is going to be piling up as well, as much as a foot of rain. In fact, in this entire area shaded in the pink right here, some spots doing even better than that.
Wow.
Maybe 1.5 to 2 feet of rain. We're talking about a tropical system, so you've got lots of tropical moisture, of course, and a system that is slowing down as it makes that landfall. It is going to be hanging out over Florida for the next couple of days. So the winds for now are offshore, but we do anticipate some storm surge flooding, especially on the eastern side here of St. Petersburg. Winds around Tampa, 40, 50 miles per hour as we head towards midday. Your preparation should be complete by now. Even just trying to travel is not a good idea once we get into these tropical storm force conditions. And notice how later on tonight, we start to see places like Apollo Beach gusting more than 90 miles per hour. So this is going to be a really tough situation. We're talking about catastrophic storm surge as well as wind that will likely do a lot of structural damage, and therefore power could be out for quite a while. We want to head down the coast a bit to Punta Gorda, where we find our storm tracker, Jim Cantori. And Jim, this is just a devastating situation. A lot of people waking up to see that we have basically a Cat 5 that is coming into our coastline.
Yeah, obviously, Kelly, I'm getting sick of waking up the next day and finding like these worst case scenarios with these hurricanes. How many times have we seen that in the last 5 years? All of a sudden you wake up, you're like, oh my gosh, what? On the verge of a Cat 5? You got to be kidding me. But that's where we're at. That's the reality of the situation.
My
Everything
God.
wants to become a Cat 5 these days. Obviously, this storm, as a high-end Cat 4, whether it's that or even a minimal 5 here, I don't think it has much further to go. But regardless, it's going to cause some major damage in the Fort Myers area. Manny Bahora is with our partners at CBS. He joins us live from Fort Myers, where this storm could cause some major damage down that way. Manny, how's the mood down there, and how's the power situation? You're starting to lose power a little bit, aren't you?
You know what? It's been flickering on and off. Our hotel still has the lights on right now, but I can guarantee you that probably will not last much longer. We're at the part of the storm right now where you're getting those outer bands. You'll get some really strong gusts and some really heavy rain, and then a bit of a lull like we're seeing right now. But things are definitely becoming much more consistent as far as the rainfall and the wind gusts here. And, of course, you can see that the water is already starting to pool. So the flooding, as we've been talking about, will be potentially devastating for this area, but not only what's coming down from above, but the storm surge. And as we've been looking back here at this body of water, the storm surge hasn't really started to happen yet, at least not that we can tell from this location. But the water is definitely churning a lot more than we saw earlier this morning when we were standing out here. So things are definitely deteriorating here in the Fort Myers area. Kelly?
All right, Manny, stay safe for sure. We'll continue to check in with you and all of our live crews that are throughout Florida, because this is going to be a huge impact. No matter where you are in the state, we're going to have some issues with this particular storm. So again, a high-end category 4, bordering on category 5, power outages already over 100,000 customers.
Oh my gosh.
And we're going to continue to see the winds increase right where Manny is, right where Jam Cantori is, and even inland areas like Orlando. We're talking about strong wind and heavy rain. We've got the potential to see 1.5 feet of rainfall around Kissimmee, and no wonder they closed the theme parks here in Orlando. Good call there, because it is going to be a nasty day today and tomorrow because this system slows down so much. It is just going to basically spin its way across the peninsula, maybe up towards Daytona Beach and around Jacksonville Beach as we head towards later on tomorrow night. But still, impacts will be felt going into the day Friday. Those winds are going to take some time to calm back down, and again, it's still going to be too dangerous for the crews to get out there and do any restoration. So be prepared for extended periods of power outages. For Jacksonville, Florida, we have live crews there as well. Winds will be increasing as we head towards this afternoon, better than 30 miles per hour, but there will be times when we see gusts better than 50 miles per hour.
Wow.
Your rainfall along Jax Beach, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches, even up to 10 is possible on the south side of town. The St. Johns River will have to monitor that. And of course, if the system goes over the water after it crosses Florida, it's got the potential to maybe do a little bit of re-intensification. Maybe not quite a hurricane anymore, but still a tropical storm that could be threatening the coastline of Georgia or South Carolina. So those winds, even here in northern Florida, they will be increasing as well as we go throughout the day, and especially tonight. For some of these areas in South Georgia, we also have a state of emergency, Jordan, for many counties in Georgia due to the impacts of this huge storm.
All right, Kelly, we got a tornado warning we want to make sure everybody is aware of. This is near the Indian River area, again, just north of Fort Pierce, one of these outer bands causing some problems along or just east of the I-95 corridor. You can see there is a lot of rainfall, so this is likely going to be rain-wrapped. Sebastian, once again, shouting out your territory because you're on that northern side. I would seek shelter if you're in this polygon right there near Highway 1. The storm is moving north-northwest at roughly 30 miles per hour, and there have been times when we've seen a really strong couplet. So just know that this is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado, and this could happen throughout the day today. Stay safe. We'll be back after this.
Wow. So, folks, just watching this, everybody in Florida is obviously super concerned. Tampa, Fort Myers, Key West, Fort Lauderdale, lots of tornadoes, says Charlene, already hitting Florida, over 100,000 people without power already. Cat 4, but literally on the verge of being a Cat 5. I think it's a Cat 5 starts at 157 miles per hour. It's only 2 miles per hour out from a Cat 5. So it's probably a Cat 5 already. They just need to get the latest details on that. But this is so crazy. So I see Olga is going to challenge me to my Spanish challenge for the day. She must have heard me with my Spanish story and said, oh, let's see how much Sandy remembers. So like I was saying, when I got to university and I did the exam to see what level they'd put me in, they're like, oh, you're so good at reading and writing Spanish that you'd be in Spanish level 3 at the college level. So you don't have to take it. And I was like, oh, thank the Lord. Because, you know, when you're a poor university student, you're just trying to save money. And so that was one less course that I had to take. I still had to make up the credit hours, though, which is kind of like, it's not like they give you the credit hours. You just didn't have to take the mandatory foreign language. So I ended up doing another course, Latin and Greek root words instead, which was a lot harder than I thought it would be. Olga says, buenos dias, Sandy. Desde Orlando, esperando a Ian por los momentos solo lluvias. Saludos, te saluda Susie. Now, I must tell you, I'm not really good with, if you mix up too much slang in it, I'm not going to necessarily get all those words, but I think, well, I know the first part says buenos dias, good morning, Sandy. Desde, is it after Orlando? Esperando is waiting on Ian at the moment alone. Lluvias, is that arrives? Something, that last bit. I don't know what she means by Susie. But I think that basically she's saying that she's waiting. At the moment, she's waiting on Ian to arrive alone. And saludos te saluda, like blessings, like for us all or something, I think. I'm going to guess on that one a little bit. I know what saludos means, but saludos te saluda. Yeah, is that close enough? And then she continues with more. Esa es la situación, which that's misspelled in Spanish, but that's okay. I still know what it is. En Orlando, mucha lluvia se espera para la tarde, tormentas fuertes. No hay clases de Sante muy preocupado. So she said this is a situation in Orlando. A lot of us are waiting and for the afternoon tornadoes, like fuertes is oh God, hold on now. Y'all gonna have to help me here now. Fuertes. Like hold on. I know what it is. I'm just trying to remember. Fuertes. Yeah, strong, powerful tornadoes. Yeah, there's no classes. What is de Santi? Something very busy. Santi. Is that the governor of Florida? Okay, Tommy. Morning. Good morning, Miss Brenda. She's praying for Florida. Somebody said this morning, Marshall from Orlando. Yeah, strong. So tornadoes are already touching down from last night, actually. This storm is basically going to cover, as you can see from this picture here, it's going to cover, although it's coming inland in a very specific area, it is going to move across the entire state of Florida. So as the newscaster or the weathercaster just said, all of Florida is going to be impacted by this storm in some way or another. So even if you have interests inland, like Orlando is pretty far inland, that's not on the coast, but that is still going to be impacted by this as well. So everyone, they've got their teams out. Look at their full complement of staff that are going to be tracking the hurricane. They've got people in Inglewood
this morning and all day long. We're following this dangerous
Key West,
hurricane set to make
Punta
landfall
Gorda,
somewhere around the Punta Gorda
Biloxi,
area, the
Orlando,
southwest coast of Florida,
Tampa,
and this is where we're going
Fort
to have to watch out
Myers,
for
St.
storm
Petersburg,
surge that
Sarasota,
could be as much as 12,
and
even up
Jacksonville.
to 16 feet above normally dry ground.
16
Our own
feet.
Charles Peak
Wow.
is out there in Punta Gorda along with Jim Cantori. Charles joining us now to discuss what he is seeing out there. And earlier, Jim was talking about the fact that we have more of an offshore wind, Charles, and therefore the water levels actually going down, at least initially.
Yeah, Kelly, right now from a storm surge protection perspective, this is not the issue just yet until we get the onshore flow. But we have had enough heavy rains in the areas. I've been driving around the Punta Gorda area. Some of the roads are already flooded. I mean, not terribly. They may have 6 to 12 inches of water on them. Many of the homes and the yards are already flooded in the area. So it is already saturating everything so much. When you start getting more water, more rain, and then you add the surge on it later today, it's going to make for a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, Charles, that is not a good mix. We already have the freshwater flooding starting to occur at your location, the rain coming down in buckets. We're expecting over a foot of rain for your particular area. And then when that storm surge comes in, it really could be quite devastating. Are you noticing much activity in the area? Do you think a lot of people heeded the evacuation
Yeah, one of the things that they have said.
In this area, most people are off the roads. To tell you an idea, even the Waffle House here is closed and boarded up. So that's a great sign that you're seeing everybody taking it seriously. There's always going to be a few exceptions, people walking around checking things out, but I think the area has done a yeoman's work in getting ready for this, as difficult as it is.
And Charles, the power outages, we're noticing more than 100,000 customers across Florida, and the storm hasn't even really come to the coastline yet. Do you have, what is the power situation where you are right now, and how are you and your team ready for the storm, especially when the lights go out?
We've got lots of equipment. I've got lights on my vehicle, extra inverter. I've got a parking deck that I will retreat to with Jim and them when the conditions warrant that. Right now, I have seen a few trees already blown down, and that starts some of the power outage issues. But where I'm at right now in downtown Punta Gorda, the lights are on, the power is on, but we're expecting that to not be for much longer.
All right, Charles Peak, stay safe out there in Punta Gorda. We appreciate the report, of course, with all that rain, Jordan. That's going to soak the ground and actually lead to more trees that could potentially come down, even with just a lighter wind, never mind a hurricane wind.
Yeah, the power outages is going to be days, if not weeks, for so many people, unfortunately. We're going to go to another location in Punta Gorda. We got Jim Cantori out there tracking Ian and, of course, giving us some perspective of where he stands. Good morning, Jim. How's it looking so far?
Hey, Jordan, it's so weird because when the wind's kind of blowing out of Charlotte Harbor here behind me, the water is literally being taken out here. I mean, look at how low the tops of the boats are already. All right, so you got these water, the water depletion with the winds the way that they are.
So we'll continue to watch this. Punta Gorda is already getting gusts of 45 miles an hour. Wind 31 miles per hour, 77 degrees. Port Charlotte, I've got some long time friends who still live in Port Charlotte. They've been there for many years. And they're elderly. I think their daughter, I think Giovanni might be living with her mom because her dad passed away, but hopefully they're able to be safe during the storm. So of course, excessive rain is going to increase their chances of the flash flood risk, which is really a big deal and can be extremely catastrophic. So we're going to continue to keep them in our prayers. Miss Olga says, buena pronunciación. Oh, the long words. Su español muy buena. Te felicito. Susi te vemos desde Orlando. So she says, you have good pronunciation. Your Spanish pronunciation is good. It's very good. Te felicito. Te felicito. Be happy about that. So she goes on to say that we'll see you after Orlando. All right, just be safe, Olga. The Eastern Bahamian Islands will, says Miss Brenda Ravina, good morning. Dacia, quoting some biblical terms here this morning. The Eastern Bahamian Islands will be affected as well. Is that Clearwater Bridge? No, he's in the current picture. He's actually in Punta Gorda, Florida. So I don't know what bridge that is. I'm not really familiar with like the Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda area. I've only been to Port Charlotte, I think like once when I lived in Florida. But yeah, they're all going to get it basically. So this weather guy, he's been on the Weather Channel forever. Can't remember his name right now, but he has been there forever. So folks, if you're just waking up this morning, an extremely dangerous major hurricane, probably going to be a Cat 5 by the time it makes landfall, is heading for the state of Florida. And, you know, I was reading something last night about Hurricane Ian ignites panic for Floridians who are strapped for Florida's strapped insurance market. And so apparently, you know, Florida has missed a direct hit from a hurricane in quite a few years, but Hurricane Ian could prove to be a crippling blow for an insurance market that has lost 6 insurers this year alone. Oh my gosh. They're putting up signs in the windows. This one says, bark off, Ian, because it's like a pet boutique. No treat for you. And the ice cream shop said, no cream for Ian. Storefronts are boarded up in Gulfport, Florida, in preparation for Hurricane Ian. That was some of the signs that they had like spray painted on. So they said that unfortunately there is an insurance crisis in Florida. Who knew? And the reason why we need to be mindful of these things, if you think that an insurance crisis in Florida doesn't impact the rest of us, trust me, you're not keeping up with the times. Somebody messaged me yesterday, Sandy, what are we going to talk about the interest rates? And I said, what are you going to do about the interest rates? The U.S. is dictating the rise in interest rates, and that, like, you know, directly impacts us. So you got to pay attention to these things, folks. So numerous insurance companies in Florida have actually closed their doors. Hear this. In recent years, in a slow-moving collapse for the industry, forcing rates to spike and property owners to turn to the state-owned insurer of last resort. So I guess that's like the equivalent of their Cynical. Like people don't want to go there if they don't have to. So Florida's property insurance market was the most volatile in the US before Hurricane Ian formed and will likely become even more unstable in the wake of the storm. This is according to Mark Friedlander, who's the director of Insurance Information Institute in Florida. They say that flaws in laws and regulations allowed insurers to be overrun by claims or operate with little financial responsibility and oversight. Wow, now that's crazy. These issues have created problems in the market that have shepherded many insurers towards closure or left them on precarious financial footing. A dozen insurance companies operating in Florida have gone out of business since January of 2020. 6 were deemed insolvent this year, 2022. And most recently, a court found that FedNat Insurance Company would need to be liquidated because of ongoing financial troubles, leaving some 56,000 policies canceled. Oh my gosh. Nearly 30 Florida insurance companies were on the state regulators' watch list. 30. Due to financial instability, and a major storm could put them in a further tenuous position and make it harder for people to insure their homes and collect on claims. Isn't that crazy? While Florida has missed a direct hit from a hurricane as the crises gathered in recent years, more than 1 billion homes on the Florida Gulf Coast are now endangered by Hurricane Ian, with a potential reconstruction cost value of more than $258 billion. And this is according to the National Hurricane Center data, which was analyzed by CoreLogic. And that's a company that specializes in property information and analysis. So the insurance crises is largely the result of countless roofing scams. So, when consumers scam people, even when they're scamming the insurance companies, they make it worse themselves, is really what this is partly about as well, right? Countless roofing scams in which contractors and attorneys filed numerous fraudulent damage claims on behalf of homeowners and forced insurance companies to settle. This was something that NBC News had previously reported on. The mess was furthered by a series of loopholes in state law and a string of court decisions that allowed them to proliferate, insurers and government officials say. Wow. Insurance is the kind of thing that you don't overuse it. I mean, I see people doing this all the time. You use it when you need it, because trust me, they're gonna come back at you. So state lawmakers have attempted to address the problem in recent years, but that has done very little to stem the ongoing concerns. In May, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bipartisan property insurance reform bill into law, aiming to provide some relief to Floridians. The law poured in $2 billion into a reinsurance relief program and $150 million into a grant program for hurricane retrofitting, prohibited insurance companies from denying coverage based on the age of a roof, and required insurance companies to explain denied claims and provide greater transparency. It also limited attorney fees on frivolous claims and lawsuits. Those attorneys can be part of the problem at times. DeSantis' office emphasized the protection the law created when asked for comment, and noted the governor's comment on Tuesday where he said, there's more that I want to do in terms of the wind insurance, and this is something that we're going to address. Wow. Well, as this storm is heading to them, I guess we're going to see. So they're expecting more than 100,000 property claims to be filed for the second consecutive year in 2022, which accounts for 80% of the property claim lawsuits in the US. What? 80% of the property claim lawsuits in the US come from Florida? Huh. That's crazy. These estimates do not account for any claims or elements of litigation tied to Hurricane Ian. Wow, I didn't know that Florida had so many property. Wow, this is news to me. I got to tell you, I did not know that they had a property insurance issue. Until strong actions are taken to de-incentivize the large volumes of property claims against claims lawsuits being brought in Florida, the market will continue to deteriorate. Florida insurance consumer advocate Tasha Carter said that her office remains inundated by calls from policyholders who were dropped by the insurance companies or individuals who face significant rate increases or limited capacity in the market. Wow. She said that the issues that have impacted the market are multifaceted. And she's quoted as saying, "So I do believe that even with the steps that the legislature has taken in recent years, that those additional steps are necessary, or that additional steps are necessary to stem the tide of significant rate increases to protect consumers and to reduce some of the frivolous litigation that's happening within the industry and to generally improve the overall insurance consumer experience." This is not good news. What a mess. So now Florida boasts the highest average property insurance premiums in the nation. Wow. Those of you ever thought about buying a second home in Florida? Well, there you go. Make sure you check out the insurance situation. As a string of private insurers have closed their doors, homeowners have increasingly turned to Citizens within a market that have limited options. While Citizens is currently flush with cash, and I guess this is Citizens Property Insurance Corporation. This is a state-run insurer created to be a safety valve for Florida residents. So it says, while Citizens is currently flush with cash, it now has approximately 1.3 million policyholders, up from about 500,000 just 2 years ago. Of course, this is not necessarily good to have more customers when you're an insurance company, because it says the bigger Citizens exposure gets, the more likely a catastrophe, like Ian, will cause it to burn through its capital. This is coming from Professor Charles Neese at Florida State University, where he serves as research director for the Center for Risk Management, Education, and Research. Should Citizens' financial position become threatened, it could begin levying additional assessments, not only on its policyholders, but on every insurance policy in the state, with the exception of medical and malpractice holders. Every insurance policy. Wow. So that could be like vehicular insurance and everything else. So folks, the bottom line is Florida's hurricane insurance, not hurricane insurance, but just property insurance market sounds like a mess. And, a situation like a major Cat 5 hurricane is only going to make that worse. So if you've got interest in Florida, wow, be careful. All right. So Carmelie says that there's finally a police officer at the Smith Road stoplight and that you need to comply with his signals. A lot of drivers are not compliant with the police officer. It's a four-way stop, folks. But if the police officer is there and he's letting, he's obviously watching traffic and he might say, okay, I'll let you, a row of traffic cars go, then you need to pay attention. How can you not pay attention to the light is out and there's an officer there? Why on earth would you guys not pay attention? That's crazy. Come on, drivers, do better. You know better, you should do better. So Miss Brenda says that despite Ian's potential, it's not an Ivan. I don't know. I wouldn't say that because one thing, that storm surge can be, they were explaining it. They've had some really interesting graphs, by the way. I must say the Weather Channel has a lot of technology available to them. And so they do like these virtual graphs. And yesterday they were talking about the storm surge. So the guy's like sitting there and the virtual graph around him shows 2 feet, 5 feet, up to 9 feet. And they were talking about how catastrophic a 9-foot storm surge would be. It's like, okay, now you're at like the top of buildings. It's another Katrina situation. So I wouldn't say that it's not an Ivan. I would say that we better just watch and see exactly what happens. A Cat 5 storm is a Cat 5 storm. And every single, whether you're a small island nation or you're a place like, Florida, Tampa area, you're by the water, it can be catastrophic no matter how you take it. And what's even worse is I don't think in Florida, despite them having improved the building code since Hurricane Andrew many, many years ago, I still don't think that their building code is anywhere as good as Cayman's building code. Like we believe in putting concrete inner buildings. Florida, they believe in all these wood structures and like a little bit of concrete. So I think the damage that it could cause would be significant, you know? So Ms. Brenna's also asking about the Bahamas. I think the Bahamas doesn't have to go all the way across Florida before it even gets to the Bahamas. So by then it might cause some damage, but I don't think it's going to be a major, major situation. So we've got a few people here who are going to be joining us, but they're running just a little bit late. So that's okay. Yep. So yes, I know some of you are waiting for Andre. By the way, yesterday was his birthday. So when he comes on, make sure to wish him a happy birthday. So yeah, the insurance situation is always one to definitely keep an eye on because, of course, you know, it's something that has the potential to impact us. Another person is calling on the public to please respect the officer there at the Smith Road light. I can't believe you guys are not respecting that. Come on now. We asked for them to be there. And of course, you know, now that they're there, y'all don't want to pay attention. So of course you guys know that we have Renee and Kevin, both in Florida, as part of our CMR team. So Renee is where exactly is Renee? She's close to the Tampa area. You're forgetting her little town. But she has a young son. I don't think he's a year yet. So you know they're going to be riding out the storm. So of course, with power outages, I may be the only person who's really part of the CMR team in the next couple of days because if they lose power, it's going to be very difficult for them to do very much. My dear child, what can you do? So recycling is great and insurance. Recycling. Good morning, K-Man Detailing. Satish is here. Good morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It must be the top that y'all like today. I'm not sure. Everybody's saying, oh, you look so beautiful this morning. Sophia, good morning. So yeah, we have a lot of interest in Florida. There are actually a lot of Caymanians who not only have relatives in Florida. Miss Ann is there, Ann Rice. We've got her sister, Miss Janet. I think they're in the Tampa area. So of course, we are definitely thinking about all those. A lot of Caymanian students are going to, so she's in Davenport, Florida. Someone says the Bahamas is east of Florida. Yes. But I think by the time it reaches the Bahamas, it'll probably be maybe just a tropical storm. Fort Myers, they're saying, is going to get the brunt of the storm. Woo-wee, Fort Myers. Are you kidding? Ian will be catastrophic to Florida. Absolutely. Storm surge is dangerous anywhere. South Sound after Ian is a reminder of this. Yes. Let's listen a little bit to what they've got to say here about this storm.
Go away after landfall. We have to track the inland wind threat. It is going to be a problem for many of us moving across Florida, including highly populated areas like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and every town in between.
So, Postel, remember Irma?
Yes.
You know, it didn't come on the east side of Florida. Neither is this one in terms of where it's going to landfall. But the onshore wind component, which is exactly what Greg's talking about, is what's going to bring the water in. So low spots around St. Augustine, you'll likely flood again. Jacksonville, up towards Savannah potentially. Greg, you know what I want to ask you, Postel, is once this moves inland, does it have a chance to regenerate if it gets back over the water?
Yes, it could a little, but it will have lost quite a bit of strength. Remember, it's not moving super fast, so it will spin down a little bit and lose a lot of that wind. However, the prolonged wind direction, as you mentioned, Florida's first coast, the Gold Coast, all the way along through parts of central Florida will have that onshore wind, and it will gust over 50 miles per hour. I guarantee you that. We may see wind gusts even still over 75 miles per hour at those beaches. So we could see some damage there. Jim, this is also a Florida Northeast Coast issue for us. Now, of course, not at the same intensity where you're going to be, but we have to watch it very carefully for those water rises.
Absolutely. You know, I think people were in shock at how far, you know, with Michael and even Matthew to an extent and Irma, how much the water came up on the east side.
Right.
Just really amazing amount of wind. Now, granted, this produced its big wind and waves in the Caribbean, not coming across the Atlantic. So there's a little bit of a difference there. But you've still got a tremendous fetch over the water right now, Greg. So just keep that in mind that we don't, you know, we're talking about water rise on the east coast of this thing. Again, right now our winds offshore. Eerie how low these boats are because the water is pushing out of Charlotte Harbor now. That is going to change. He already showed you the slight rise down near Naples. So if you're watching us, you know, along the Caloosahatchee, if you're watching us down there in Bonita Springs, the water's going to start coming up now because the winds are changing direction. The water's being pushed back on shore, and that's what you guys got to keep in mind. That's what we're going to be looking at in through here. Eerie situation, guys. We're going to retreat into Punta Gorda. We've got a parking garage. That's really the only place that we can go. But, you know, several buildings certainly threatened, even with a king tide, are going to flood as the water comes in and through here. Make sure you get out of the water and realize, I can't say it enough and stress it enough, is once that water does start coming in, it's going to come fast. All right? It'll give you a hint it's coming in, and then it starts to really, really come in pretty fast with some pretty significant rises. You will not be able to drive in it. You will certainly not be able to walk in it because there'll be wind and waves and debris in that. That's the other thing, too, Greg, is not only is the water going to rise with this, you know, eye wall approach to the coast, but you've also got catastrophic winds that are going to be blowing things over and things apart.
Hey, Jim, I just want to mention that the wind is going to ramp up extremely quickly.
Yes.
That is something I think that people forget. You can be lulled into a sense of safety where you are and you're thinking, it's not that far away. Why isn't the weather a lot worse? That's not how hurricanes work. I've been through a million of them. You have too. It goes in stair steps. You get these outer bands, the weather gets bad, then there's a lull, then there's a bit of a moat. But before that eye wall comes in, do not get lulled into that sense of safety because when it does come in, Jim, I'm going to send it to you. That wind is going to kick up real quick and go over to 100 miles per hour, and it will be extremely dangerous with almost no time to take shelter.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can see this large surge area that's showing.
All right, folks. So anywhere from 6 to 10 feet, 3 to 5 feet, 4 to 6 feet, even all the way up into Apalachicola. That's more like Tallahassee area. Florida has such interesting names. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this bridge. Check this out. I mean, what bridge is that? Already that bridge looks like it's a little bit. Shall I don't trust some of these bridges in Florida. Next thing you know, they come tumbling down. So we'll keep an eye on the storm throughout the day for you guys, because like I said, I know a lot of people have interest in Florida. A lot of us have at some point probably lived in Florida, have family in Florida, have friends in Florida, been to university in Florida, went shopping in Florida, something. So very, very concerning for sure. And then it looks like it kind of passes up Florida and then it goes up to Atlanta, Charlotte area. They're going to be impacted by it. So I don't really think the Bahamas is going to get too much from this storm. Miss Mary says, does anyone remember Hurricane Mitch, which went to Honduras and then just sat over it stationary for 5 days? I pray something like this won't happen to Florida, but you never know with Mother Nature what to expect. And there is always that degree of uncertainty. So yeah, sometimes these storms make landfall and then they just kind of like stall for a little bit. So Sophia, that's pretty much what we can do right now is just to keep them in our prayers. Let's not forget Cuba. Thank you, Miss Brenda. Says their entire grid has now collapsed. It it's unfortunate because, yeah, Cuba always seems to get a little something. Um, mm, mm, mm. Let's see if we can get an idea of what Cuba. So in Cuba, Hurricane Ian killed at least 2 people and wiped out power to the entire island. Ay, ay, ay. Some of the pictures look crazy. Let me just show you this one. So let me just see. $300 million bridge. Well, I hope it can sustain whatever it needs to sustain, honey child. Look at this. This is Cuba. Those are probably power lines. So it knocked out Hurricane Ian, knocked out power across Cuba, devastated some important tobacco farms as it hit the country's western tip on Tuesday. Yes, that region, like Pinal del Rio, has a lot of farms, like tobacco farms and stuff. So Cuba's electric union said that they're working overnight to gradually restore power to the country's 11 million people. Ian was expected to get stronger, and it has. This is a dated story from last night, but it's getting stronger now over the Gulf of Mexico, approaching the southwest coast of the state of Florida. In Cuba, they got winds up to 130 miles per hour. That's 210 kilometers. And that was recorded at the San Juan y Martinez, which is a small town on Cuba's southwest coast. Authorities in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province evacuated 50,000 people ahead of the storm, and some 6,000 evacuees were staying in state-run shelters. Wow. Ian has left hundreds of thousands of people without electricity and swamped fishing villages as it tracked northward towards Florida. And of course, we know now at least 2 fatalities in Cuba as well. The state-run media said that 33,000 tons of tobacco from prior harvests in Pinar del Rio had been secured ahead of the storm, and it's one of Cuba's most important tobacco farms, which is La Robena, was damaged due to the winds. So rain and winds buffeted the capital, Havana, but the city was spared the brunt of Ian's impact. So this one, Miss Maylene Suarez, told Reuters that we almost lost the roof off of our house. My daughter, my husband, and I tied it down with a rope to keep it from flying away. Wow. Wosa, what a mess. And again, the entire island seems to be without power. So it made landfall just southwest of La Coloma, in the Pinar del Rio province early Tuesday as a Cat 3 storm for people in Cuba. It was forecasted to dump some 16 inches of rain and trigger mudslides and flash flooding in the western region, prompting evacuation orders for thousands of residents. So San Juan y Martinez was left with fields inundated by floodwater and uprooted trees. And these were from images that were sent out by the state-run media outlet. Cuba Debate Show. Okay. Cuba Debate. Never heard of them, but there you go. That's their state-run media outlet. Cuba Debate. Okay. So down fences and destroying the tobacco industry, which is one of the things that really keeps certain areas of the country going. And already, an economic crisis has been gripping Cuba, as you know, from the pandemic. There were protests and so on that have been going on for the last couple of years. They've had food shortages, shortages in fuel and medicine, and blackouts across the island has been a regular thing all summer. And they've, like I said, they've had a few protests. So this is only a worse situation for the poor people of Cuba. One person said that they didn't expect the hurricane to be this strong and that the uncertainty is killing them. And the sad thing is that, a lot of Cubans have, if they have anybody overseas that can help them, a lot of that is actually in Florida, especially the Miami area, but definitely, even different parts of Florida. And if they're devastated and if they're hurting, then it's going to be quite a tough situation. Now, have a look at this. Even in the toughest of times, Cuban people are like Caribbean people. They are sitting down playing a good game of dominoes. Look at that. They're at the table. They're using the phone light to illuminate the dominoes table. And look at that. Got their little dominoes holder and they're playing dominoes. And all things, folks, you've got to give thanks and, try to find whatever little relief you can. A little enjoyment in life, child, because it's going by. All right, so we have an accident at the Newlands bypass entrance this morning. The entrance onto Hearst Road. Ambulance and police are on the scene. We'll go ahead and put that up on the website, but I would encourage you all, as always, to please be careful when you're out on the roadway. Yeah, there you go. Another accident on the road of the Cayman Islands. Y'all need to take it easy. So thank you for our very alert viewers and listeners who always keep us informed as to when these things are happening. Okay, so let me just check on Andre and see what he's got going on. All right, good people. Good morning, Miss June. How are you? Hero Blair says, morning, Sandy and friends. Seems it's going to be heading for Orlando. Oh gosh, I'm presently in Jamaica, but worried about all of Florida. And R3D3 says, yes, Mitch hit land and stopped. Did a lot of damage and wouldn't go away. KYM says it looks like the Howard Franklin Bridge, but not sure. Kevin could identify it correctly. Well, Kevin's doing some last minute preparations, Joe. So Kevin, Damien says that an F-22 costs estimated $120 million to purchase, but it would cost around $334 million if we factor in research and development. That's a jet that we're talking about, Damien. How did we go from a hurricane to jet? Okay. Morning, Scott. How are you? Tell us what's on for breakfast this morning at Waffle Monkeys. They always have everything on speaking of breakfast, did you guys see this latest story about coffee? I'm a little bit disappointed because apparently they're now saying that drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee is going to make you live longer. I'm like, what? Why can't it be something like hot chocolate or something is going to make you live longer? You guys know that I don't actually I don't drink coffee at all. And so now I'm a little bit disappointed that the one beverage that they claim is going to increase your lifespan, I just don't drink. Come on, give me a break. So new research is showing that drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day, which to me sounds like a lot, could, so it's not definitive, but it could help you live longer and lower the risk of cardiovascular disease. This is according to new research that was published in the European Journal of Preventive Cardiology. Wow. What do you know? Okay. According to study author Peter Kissler of the Baker Heart and Diabetes Research Institute in Australia, caffeine is the most well-known constituent in coffee, but the beverage contains more than 100 biologically active components. So it's likely that the non-caffeinated compounds were responsible for the positive relationships observed between coffee drinking, cardiovascular disease, and survival. Well, somebody get me a cup of coffee instead of tea, honey child. Looks like I'm drinking the wrong beverage. The study included almost 500,000 people who completed a questionnaire asking how many cups of coffee they drank each day and whether they usually drank instant ground or decaffeinated coffee. But drinking more than 2 to 3 cups of coffee did not lower the cardiovascular risk. So you get it from just 2 to 3 cups, and that's it. Now I'm thinking, can I learn to like coffee? Because I actually don't like coffee. I don't even like the smell of coffee. Ugh. Anyway, those people who drank 4 or more cups per day were less likely to enjoy the benefits than those who drank 2 to 3 cups. So it's one of those things where a little bit of moderation, I suppose, is a good thing. As I'm sipping on my tea, honey child, and spilling it. So, yes, any coffee drinkers in the house that think that this is super interesting? I mean, okay. I think Marlon will be happy to hear this. He drinks, I don't know that he drinks 2 to 3 cups, but I think Marlon will have a cup of coffee. So he needs to probably now increase that by another cup. But then he doesn't really drink coffee past midday. But there you go, folks. Drink up. I love your Blue Mountain coffee. Soka says, I love the smell, hate the taste, and I don't like tea either. Vernice says, coffee is my drink of choice. Donette loves coffee of all kind and saying to drink it, Sandy. I don't know. I just can't stand the taste of coffee. Mind you now, if it's a Frappuccino or something sweet, I might be willing to indulge, and I'm sure that does not have the benefits, none at all. Morning, caller. Hello.
Morning.
Yes, wake up, Denny.
Cheers. I want to comment. On that. It's
on the coffee.
I'm not surprised by that because food is medicine. Mm-hmm. But what I would say about caffeine is you have to be careful with that, because if you drink too much caffeine, I should say, too close to going to sleep, some people, not all, but some people won't be able to sleep because the half-life of caffeine is around 4 to 6 hours. So if you drink coffee too late in the day, you might not be able to sleep. And I can tell you, not sleeping is not far worse for you.
Yeah. You know, I want to do a whole...
Be careful with that.
Yes. And I want to do a whole show on the importance of sleep, Denny, because it is the one thing I think, almost a singular thing that you could be doing more of that would really improve the quality of your life and the longevity of your life. And I know so many of us, myself included, never get enough sleep. And so, you know,
drinking water.
Yes. Yeah, that too. So I do feel like I know people who sleep so well, and I'm just not one of those people. And so, we're going to have that discussion, but sleep is very, very important. But I thought this was a bit, thank you, Danny. I appreciate it. I thought this was a very interesting study. I mean, 500,000 people, you know, it does sound pretty interesting. So I say that as I sip on my tea. Like, I don't know what it is about coffee. Like, maybe it's just one of those things that, you start drinking it and you get used to the taste, and at some point you get to enjoy it. Donette says coffee is good. I have that every day, sometimes more than 4 cups. Oh my gosh, Donette, cut back a little bit. Love it, she says. Good morning to Anthony. Rena also says, I love my coffee. Literally can't go without it. Tea ain't for me. Wee Wee's on board with coffee. Venice says 50 pounds a year for my household from Honduras. That sounds like a lot of coffee. How many cups a day is that? Malicia says, love my morning coffee. And listen, if you guys love coffee, go and see Waffle Monkeys, because they got a whole list of, they actually carry, Scott, remind me, but they carry a Costa Rican coffee there at Waffle Monkeys that if you love coffee, you should try, because I hear it is really, really good. Like I said, for me, unfortunately, I'm having the unhealthy coffee-ish beverages. I don't like coffee. I don't like the smell of coffee, and I don't like the taste of coffee. But if you give me coffee flavored ice cream, I love it. Don't ask me how that works. So I don't know. Just kind of crazy, right? But yeah, there you go. 2 to 3 cups. And there is a limit to the benefits, but 2 to 3 cups seems to be beneficial. A mess. So we got a lot of coffee drinkers. Annie says, I'm sipping my coffee right now, Sandy. Damien says it's a legal addiction. Falconer Viola says, good morning, Sandy. Joining you from Aruba. I love to have my coffee in the morning. It keeps me full and energized through the day while I'm working. Yeah, and it is a little bit addictive. I think that once you get into it, it's hard to do without. So Colleen says, my doctor advised me not to drink coffee. Too much caffeine is not good for the heart. But listen, this study included decaf. So you can, I guess, drink the decaf stuff and still be okay. So talk to your physician about this new study. Maybe he doesn't know. He or she might not know the advantages of coffee. It's so funny how studies work, right? I mean, things change every single day and new research becomes available. And of course, it seems like moderation is the key here. You're not drinking 4 or 5 cups a day. So 2 to 3 cups has a link, not cause and effect, but seems to have a link between a longer lifespan. Of course, this study, somebody mentioned, by next week, they'll tell you something else. The way that studies work is they discover a link and then they continue to explore that link to get a little bit closer to why there's a link. Is there an actual cause and effect? Is it, they look at different factors and give them another 5-10 years and or maybe even shorter, they will have narrowed down a bit as to what it really is in the coffee that is so incredibly beneficial. But yeah, you can do instant, ground, or decaffeinated. So if you have a problem with caffeine, which, as Denny said, caffeine can be a little bit tricky, so be careful with that. All right. So yes, indeed, be careful with that so that you're not getting too much caffeine. So Melissa says that coffee helps me to lose weight. Do you think it's because you're replacing the coffee with a meal? Because obviously, that's probably doesn't have that many calories in it. Barbara says, I drink 3 to 4 cups every morning, and heaven knows how many glasses of water each day, depending on what I'm doing. So the water is definitely good for you. And I think it's even the little small, like Cuban coffee tends to be very, very strong. There's different types of coffees. Marlon loves his Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. So anytime he goes to Jamaica, the one thing he's definitely bringing back is his Blue Mountain coffee. And so, yes, I mean, there's different types of coffee and stuff. So Aquina says, I've been drinking coffee since I was 16 years old. Really? Oh. Donette says it's a start, Sandy. Small amount gets you off. So yeah, people like the little cappuccinos and espressos and those sorts of things. I don't know. Maybe I could try one of those, but then I need to have someone, making that for me in the morning, Joe. Miss Dorothy, good morning to you. Soka says coffee, beer, rum, kombucha must all have the acquired taste. Drinks all taste horrible. Yes, and I'm also not an alcohol drinker because I've never acquired the taste for beer, rum, or any of it, really. Kay says she's having some Milo today. And Tia says coffee acts up her anxiety. So have you tried decaffeinated? Yeah. If you're anxious, then yeah, definitely don't fool with caffeine too much. Colleen says she loves coffee. And Emma also loves a good morning cup of Java. And Captain Mark says no caffeine speeds up your metabolism. Yes, it can, but you also have to be careful with too much caffeine, as Denny rightfully said. And a lot of diet pills have caffeine, like some derivative of caffeine in it as well, to help with your metabolism. So here's a bit of sad news that I see just popped up on the news feeds. Katie Couric, who's a TV icon, has just announced that she's battling breast cancer. 65-year-old former Today Show host revealed that she was diagnosed in June. Apparently, she's no stranger to cancer because she lost her first husband, Jay Monahan, to colon cancer in 1998. And her sister died from pancreatic cancer, and her mother-in-law died from ovarian cancer. Oh my gosh, she said that my mood quickly shifted from disbelief to resignation. Given my family's history of cancer, why would I be spared? She said that was her reaction. Why me? And then she said it went from why me to why not me. Folks, this is such an important topic. I know that next month, October, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I do want us to be very, very vigilant as both men and women about this topic. So every 2 minutes, a woman is being diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States. And on June the 21st, Katie Couric says, I became one of them. And as we approach Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I wanted to share my personal story with all of you and encourage you to get screened and understand that you may fall into category of women who needs more than a mammogram. So this is extremely important, folks. Yeah. So get all of your checks. I told you guys recently that I did a comprehensive checkup at Health City, and I think those guys are going to give me the video for that because I'm going to share a lot of that journey and experience with you. But really, really important to do your annual checks, everything. I'm kind of getting to the age now where I've got to start doing things like the colonoscopies and those sorts of things. Get screened. It's really, really important. So here's Katie Couric in 2016. And here she is now with a team of, physicians and radiologists and other people. You've got to get checked, folks, because you won't know unless you get checked. And the quicker you know, or you have a diagnosis, the earlier you can get treatment, the better for every single kind of cancer that exists. And it's unfortunate because cancer is one of those things that, listen, it's there's just so many different types of cancers, right? So keep on top of it. We'll do some stuff next month going into Breast Cancer Awareness Month, including some of the NPOs on island that do a phenomenal job of getting resources out to people who would otherwise not be able to afford it. So El Rey says, I love condensed milk with coffee. Condensed milk. That's a sweet milk. The really, really sweet one. Well, you're not alone because that's how Marlon likes his as well. Mm-hmm. Anytime he goes to, I don't normally buy condensed milk because it's not something I use often at all, really. There's like one dessert that I make. It's the tres leche banana bread. And I only make it once or twice a year because it is so deadly to the hips and everything else. So I make it more for my guests than anybody else. But the only reason other than that I buy condensed milk is so that Marlon can have it for his coffee. Because he's just like you, Ray. He likes to put it in coffee. Now, I know Caribbean people, Caymanians, love condensed milk with things like bread. I know some of y'all just pour it on bread and you eat it. Ooh, honey child, thank God I don't have those super bad habits because I got enough bad habits already. Nadine says condensed milk with a pinch of salt in your coffee? Marshall says it doesn't matter what any study comes up with on what you drink or eat. When it's when your time is up, it's up. Do we believe that? I think, Marshall, that you can hasten your departure in this world without a doubt. But then people say, well, that was part of the divine plan. So if you die at 5, 25, or 55, or 105, that was just the plan. But I don't know. I think that you can change the course of your life. Donette says, I like black coffee. It's the best. Soka Dunce Bat says, I love kombucha. Try different flavors. Oh my gosh. Taste buds are hell of a thing as well, right? Okay, so Kevin is in Lakeland, Florida. Renee is in Davenport, Florida. All very, very close. Another person says caffeine is an appetite suppressant. Another person on WhatsApp says, I'm with you on coffee. We will have to find something else to give us long life. I think sleep it is. Yes. That's the thing. As Denny said, sleep is really, really important. I want to do an entire show on sleep, actually, because I know how important it is. So it's like one of those things like, okay, I'm not a coffee drinker. I'd probably never be a coffee drinker. So I'm not going to have that benefit of adding a couple years to my life by drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day. But if I could get 2 to 3 more hours a day, that'd probably have the same effect or maybe even better for me. If I can lose those 50 pounds and start moving more, every little thing you do, folks, helps. So yes, you got to keep that little heart ticking good. Anthony, yes, we are watching the situation in Florida very, very closely. Tamara says, if the pinch of salt is not in the coffee, then it has no taste. So let me understand you now. You add condensed milk, which sweetens it, and a pinch of salt, which makes it salty. That's an interesting combination. Maybe I just haven't had the right cup of coffee yet. Because it's not like I went around tasting coffees every single week to decide which coffee I like. So maybe I could open my mind to the possibility of becoming a coffee drinker. I don't know. Tamara says to try it. You know what I say? Try almost everything once. Not everything, but almost everything. Never try drugs, because once can kill you. I'm not that adventurous. There's certain things that you never try. Never, never, never. So that's why I say almost everything I'm willing to try once. So good morning, Angela from Hartford, Connecticut. Dorothy is watching from Florida. Tamara says, you don't, to be honest. Nadine is willing to make it for me. Okay. And Barbara says a pinch of salt should be added to your coffee because it takes the bitter out. Oh, I see. And Alray says salt and caffeine are not good for you if you're hypertensive, which, by the way, I am. So now I'm thinking, I definitely don't need to add any salt to my diet. Can I tell you all about salt, right? So I don't traditionally cook with salt. I can go without salt in food because I think if you use other things, celery and other things, you don't need salt. And sometimes when you're using certain things, like when I make mac and cheese, I'm aware the cheese already has like salt in it. So I don't need to add any more salt, right? So the one thing though, that I'm going to eat salt with are mangoes. Because you guys know I like turned mangoes with salt and pepper. Sometimes I do seasoned salt. Sometimes I do white salt. And then sometimes I do with vinegar. And my daughter, unfortunately, has picked up the same taste buds, unfortunately, as me. So every time now she sees us buy mangoes, because we don't really buy ripe mangoes, we buy turned mangoes. She's like, oh, can I get some mangoes with salt? And so I give her just a little tips so she can experience it just a little bit. But honey child, you've got to be careful the bad habits that you're passing on to your kids. So my daughter watches a couple YouTube channels. She's only 6 years old and she likes to watch a few YouTube channels. One is called Adley, this little girl who, listen, these people are like millionaires from having a YouTube channel, right? Her parents and stuff. And then there's another one called Ryan. So lately, she's been grabbing up the phones and somehow she's figured that she can record. Although the phone is locked, she can still get into the camera feature. Now I got to figure out how to turn that off because she's been going around. I got to show you all the one that she did last night. She has been going around doing these recordings of herself as though she's got like a YouTube channel. So I'm gonna show you guys this one because it really is funny. And sometimes she's using up the entire battery on her phones, like recording stuff, right? And she's walking around like, okay, I'm going to do this now. Like she's sort of, trying to mimic what she sees on these YouTube channels. So on Saturday, I pulled out the phone and I saw that she'd done a recording and I started watching it. It was super long, by the way. And I was like towards the end. And I saw her with one of her little, it's some kind of toy thing, but it has a little lid, like a little lip at the top. She somehow got into the salt, filled that little area with salt. And in her YouTube like video that she's now made, she's there like eating the salt. And I was like, at first I'm like, what is she eating? I was like, girl, listen, you're not allowed to touch any food in this house without asking. No seasoning, no food, no nothing, because she's starting to sneak stuff now. We're finding candy wrappings and chips in her room. And I said, no. We got to start locking the food cupboard. So, I had to have a talk with her about salt because I'm like, you never see me sit down and eat salt by itself. I have a little tips with like my mango, salt, pepper, vinegar, or just salt and pepper. But she doesn't even like pepper. She just wants the salt. And so for her to have both a sweet tongue and a salty tongue is not going to be a good thing. And so we had to talk about the dangers of salt over the weekend because I said, honey child, salt is not good for you. And so you can't just be randomly eating salt. Ugh, kids, you got to keep an eye on them 24/7. Believe me, you. So, yeah, that's what she was up to. Making this video about eating salt and stuff. And it's like, now I'm doing this and now I'm doing that. And I'm like, what? Let me see if I can. I think this is the one. Let me see. All right, I'm going to get this video because y'all need to see. That's an accident somebody sent me. Yeah, y'all need to see what this child is up to. I'm just like, young lady, what are you doing? Why are you eating salt? You can't eat salt like that. So yeah, she's making these videos and stuff. Let me see if I can find this one and show you guys. Kids, I don't know what to say. You just got to keep an eye on them 24/7. Believe me, you. Don't let them out of your eyes, folks. Now I know how Aunt Lottie felt. So Catherine says salt takes out the sharpness, makes it smooth. Can also use butter or coconut oil. Both gives the coffee better taste. Oh, the more I think about this, the more this sounds like a really bad habit that I'm going to be acquiring. You put butter in coffee? Butter, like butter? No, honey child. That sounds like adding to the cholesterol problem. Good morning, Ruthlyn. Nadine says, I don't use salt. I stopped drinking coffee too, but it's bad. I drink my coffee with salt only, says Kim Rose. Yeah, this whole salt thing in coffee is kind of a new concept for me, really. So Tamara says, remember, we have different salts like pink Himalayan salt, which is a good form of salt for everyone. I'm hypertensive, and that's the salt I use. I don't know that there's anything really as a good type of salt. Might be better in some respects than the other one, but they're all problematic. So yes, and a lot of us use salt in cooking just because we've been told that that's the thing to do, and we really don't need it. So Sharon says, I grew up seeing older folks having salt in their coffee. Give it a try. And Chloe says that some Jamaicans put salt in coffee. Well, apparently it's not just Jamaicans. Everybody seems to do it. Oh my gosh, Gabby says, wait till she starts making slime. Oh no, we've been through the whole slime thing already. And she'll see some concoction on YouTube, and all of a sudden she walks up to me and she's like, from when she was 4 years old, oh mom, can I have boric acid? And I'm like, what? You want what? And you're going to be doing what with it? No. So Soka says, Lord have mercy, butter. Don't drink coffee if you have to do all that foolishness to make it taste good. Okay, so here's a little snippet of her. This was last night.
So it's my bedtime. Ooh, yeah. It's my bedtime. Ooh, yeah. It's my bedtime. And I'll tell you a ghost story.
I don't know why that one's not showing. Hold on. Let me try it this way. She's like, I'll tell you a ghost story. She's never heard a ghost story in her life, but hold on. I got to show you because it's funny how she doesn't really know how to like properly hold the camera, but she's trying a thing nonetheless. But yeah, she's like going around, and now I'm going to do this. And now I'm going to go see my dad and my mom working. I was like, oh my gosh, but I want you to see the video.
So it's my bedtime. Ooh, yeah. It's my bedtime. Ooh, yeah. It's my bedtime. And I'll tell you a ghost story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl. Okay, I'm going to turn on the lights. Okay, once upon a time, there was a little girl that was named Gigi. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Gigi. Thanks for watching. Bye. I thought it was so funny, though, that she had to turn on the light when she said, I'm going to tell you a ghost story. And then, okay, I have to turn on the lights because the very thought of a ghost story made her want to turn on the lights because she does not like the dark. So, it's hilarious. Morning, Lavana. She says, my helper adds salt to her coffee too. Older people are not like today people, what we're eating now. All things in moderation. So Sharon, salt is no exception. Perla says, butter? She must get pregnant, laughing out loud. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but that's her, my dear. She's going on making all these recordings that are just so funny. I'm just like, what? She just says the funniest stuff. Dunspat says, yep, you got to turn on those lights for the ghost stories. Siobhan says, OMG, she's the sweetest. It's the, I'm going to turn on the lights for me. It really is funny. But yeah, she's been doing all kind of recordings in her phones, and then we have to go through and like look at them. And like I said, the one thing though, is it kind of alerted me to something else that she was up to, which was the whole salt thing. So instructions now to hide the salt in the house, and she's not allowed to have it. Oh my goodness. Barbara says, pretty soon you will not need a cameraman. Hey, put her to work. I did say to her over the weekend, I'm like, no, it was yesterday. She was out of school as well. So I said, do you want to work for mom as my secretary? And she's like, well, what does a secretary do? And I said, well, you do typing and you help me with stuff on the computer. I'm like, you can come right now because I got some QuickBooks work that I want to do. And she's like, no, I don't want to be your secretary. But when I turn 7, I'll become your secretary. So I said, all right, I'll take it. So Carmelie says the traffic lights are still out, but we have 4 officers now at the location directing traffic. My God. Traffic is backed up all the way to the Lion Center. So the traffic is backed up to the Lion Center because of the traffic situation? What? Because of the traffic light? All the way to Lion Center? So she's got 1 fan already. This person says, love it. I would watch her channel. So yeah, that is so funny. I keep telling her, Dad, I'm like, let's do a YouTube channel for her. But doing a YouTube channel is a lot more work than y'all recognize, because you got to catch the footage, then you have to edit it and all sorts of stuff. But the funny thing is, what these kids do on YouTube, it's nothing spectacular. It's just that they have garnished millions of followers. And listen, they have, let me tell you who the top YouTubers are. Okay. And what they make. Listen to this. So the top YouTubers, hold on. And it always kind of changes a little bit. But some of these kids are like all the way up there. So I don't know who PewDiePie is, but he has 111 million followers. I think he's a gamer. Mr. Beast has 97 million. Here's a little girl named Like Nastia. She has 96.7 million subscribers. And they just do like fun kiddie stuff. Like sometimes they're just playing games. Here's the Kids Diana show. That one has 96.6. This one here, where's my little guy? He's not in the top 10. I thought he was way up there. Maybe he's up there for net worth, because net worth doesn't necessarily mean subscribers. Like they don't always equate to the same thing. Let me see now. So Jake Paul, Mark Pillar, Rhett and Link. This Nastia one, I don't think we've checked her out. She apparently makes $28 million a year from YouTube. Oh, here he is. Ryan. He's at number 7. So she likes Ryan Kaji. And Ryan makes $27 million from YouTube. He started at the age of 4. And what he does is review and plays with toys. Now he's 10 years old, and his parents and others are guarding his business interests, including former Disney executive Chris Williams. So he is in the market, and Ryan is making $27 million. And he's got like Ryan toys and all sorts of stuff, a spinoff from the YouTube channel. He's got a couple sisters. I think they might be twins. I'm not 100% sure. But, he's appeared in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade balloon for the past 2 years. Ryan's World is his YouTube channel, maintains 31 million subscribers, and has a ton of branded merchandise and toys being sold at big box retailers like Target and Walmart. This to me is like phenomenal. But yeah, he's like always in the top 10 for money that is actually made. Little kid. I don't know. Are they in California? I can't remember where they're at actually. But his sisters might take over from him. But yeah, he's, and they go on vacation, and they're going to be talking about their vacation trip. Like it's a lot of work though. Like I feel like it's a lot more work, but he is, according to the Forbes list, one of the top 10 highest paid YouTube stars. And he has held that position for a number of years. And they do a lot of fun stuff. Plays like superheroes and all sorts of stuff. So I know that when she watches like Ryan, she's like fancying in her head that she could do this. But you never know, because we don't have a Caribbean. I'm always like, I watch the Americans dominate stuff like social media, YouTube, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's great. But we do not have like a Caribbean person who's like a big YouTuber. And as many people that live in the Caribbean, I'm like, why not? Lavana says, I don't cook with salt either. I use many different types of seasonings that have salt in it. Yeah, I feel like if you season well, you don't need salt. So we're waiting, Miguel and Andre. I don't know if he forgot about us, or maybe he's still sleeping in. So unsalted seasoning and then add salt. Well, what's the point? just seasoned without salt. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think everybody's kind of running a little bit late today, so we'll give them time. That's the thing. You always got to be ready for people not to show up, because it happens. It happens. Let me just see. But don't worry, we always got lots to talk about. But we wanted Andre because we wanted to wish him a happy birthday today, for sure. All righty. Very, very good. Let's see what else is going on. So we haven't talked about the situation overseas in Ukraine and Russia for a minute, and I feel like we need to have our expert back maybe early next week to kind of give us an update. But just a short version of this. A lot of Russian men, like thousands of Russian men, are leaving Russia because now they're doing like a mandatory style draft, and they're running to other countries to avoid it. They're not supporting this situation at all. Yeah, they're like, we're not going to go fight for you. Forget it. They're jumping in their cars and buses and whatever and getting out of the country. So, Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, says one legendary Russian pop star, says that Russia is now a pariah because of this. And it's putting Russia in a really, really bad light. So a lot of the Russian soldiers, even in Ukraine, are giving up and saying, hey, we don't really want to fight you. We're here because we thought we had no choice. And so can we just surrender to you and you not send us back to Russia? Maybe we can help you rebuild. So here's another interesting story in relation to that. Russia's aviation industry is going to try to go it alone without the West. So hear how crazy this is. They're going to try to use locally built parts to build or to produce 1,000 airliners by 2030 because they're being shut out by the rest of the world. And they're saying that they want to end their resilience on Boeing and Airbus, which are state-owned engineer. This is what the state-owned engineering company is saying in Russia. So they want to manufacture their own planes. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know much about Russia in terms of that. Maybe they might be able to do that. All right, let's do a little check-in. We have FEMA on the line now, talking about the situation in Florida. So one good thing about the U.S. is they've already, ahead of the storm, freed up resources, emergency resources to help Floridians. So this is what they're telling people.
Quickly find higher ground. And third, never operate a generator in your home. Too many lives are lost each year due to carbon monoxide poisoning, and it's incredibly important that you only run generators outdoors. So now I'll give a brief update, operational update on the interagency personnel, commodities, and resources that we have deployed to support this response. As I said yesterday, search and rescue remains a top priority. Our search and rescue coordination teams remain staged in Miami to include teams from our FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Program, the Coast Guard, CBP, the Department of Defense, the Department of the Interior, and the state of Florida. These teams will coordinate search and rescue efforts by land, air, and sea. We have 128,000 gallons of fuel remained ready for rapid deployment. We have moved in a variety of generators of all sizes and types to restore power to critical infrastructure and medical facilities as needed. The Army Corps of Engineers is pre-staging 350 personnel to conduct power and fuel assessments as soon as the storm passes. And just yesterday, I spoke with the president and CEO of the American Public Power Association to discuss some of their emergency preparedness actions and the mutual aid agreements that they have in place. We have 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water staged in Alabama, and there are multiple volunteer agencies that are staged and prepared to perform feeding operations as soon as it is safe to do so. We have provided Florida with 300 ambulances as well as expert federal medical teams. These are the same teams, the same brave first responders that we use to help communities during COVID-19. We are also tracking medical needs across Florida's hospitals, adult care facilities, and dialysis centers, both for facilities that have evacuated, but more importantly, for those that have not. And finally, as I told the president yesterday, this level of interagency coordination will not stop as we prepare for the historic and the catastrophic impacts that we are already beginning to see. So now with every emergency response, we would not be successful in meeting our mission without our partners at the American Red Cross. The Red Cross has done an incredible amount of work in preparation for Hurricane Ian, and it is my pleasure to welcome the American Red Cross CEO, Gail McGovern.
Thank you so much, Administrator Criswell, for inviting me to join you. And FEMA and the Weather Service are wonderful partners, and I want to thank you both. On behalf of the American Red Cross, our hearts are with everyone that's in the path of Hurricane Ian. Please listen to your local officials, evacuate if they tell you to do so. Grab your medication, your glasses, your important documents, prescription drugs, and the like.
Well, let's come back to some of the live data now coming in on the final approach of extremely dangerous Hurricane Ian to southwest Florida. The hurricane force winds are about ready to reach the coast, very close to Sanibel Island, Cape Coral, Cypress Lake, right along the Gulf Shore there. We do expect the winds to rapidly increase as indeed the eye wall where those hurricane force winds and indeed winds well over 100 miles per hour are embedded, and we have to watch out for that very carefully. I put on here the National Hurricane Center's track, which matters so much for the details of who gets the worst wind and surge with that. What do I mean? Well, along and to the right of that track, eventually the wind is going to be coming onshore from the Gulf, bringing that water inland, and it'll do so very quickly once those winds turn around from the east to the south and to the southwest. The water will rush in almost like a tsunami, and we will see extremely high inundation values all the way through Charlotte Harbor when that does happen later on this afternoon. We're not there yet, but keep in mind the worst by far is yet to come. And I can show you what I mean by that. Here are the winds put on that radar to show you what the water rises are like across southwestern Florida and elsewhere. We've got a 2.2-foot water rise in Naples with, again, a wind coming off the Gulf of Mexico. But remember, Ian is moving like that. So while we have the wind for now in this direction, it is going to be changing as Ian moves like that. The wind will eventually come around off of the Gulf of Mexico. So these water rises in Fort Myers and Naples are going to go up, and they'll go up very quickly, and that will lead to catastrophic storm surge flooding. For now, again, we're not seeing it. You can see the wind streamers showing us an east wind, primarily an offshore wind. Yes, there's some harbor side or bay side potentially water rises now, but nothing like we're going to see when those winds over 100 miles per hour come in off the Gulf and lead to that storm surge. I'm going to show you a forecast, one estimate of where Ian is going to be later on this afternoon. Again, there'll be plenty of rain and destructive wind, even in the northwestern eye wall. Even though the wind will be offshore in Sarasota and Venice, we will likely see wind gusts of 75 to 100 miles per hour there, but even stronger winds than that still in Fort Myers with that onshore wind.
Wow. Without a doubt, this is going to be super interesting. A storm surge of 18 feet expected as this storm comes ashore. That's pretty high. Most of us, whoa, that's going to be quite catastrophic for Florida. So Damien says, why are we watching this? Do you not care that we've got friends and family in Florida that their lives could be in jeopardy? Come on, Damien. Good morning. Speaking of another Damien.
Good morning.
Joining us from
I was
TCI.
wondering if you were talking about me for a moment.
No, that's Damien in the comment section. He said, we don't care what happens to Florida. We should care. Damien, you're in TCI, and so thank you so much for popping in this morning, because obviously you guys just had a hurricane of your own. Fiona did hit TCI. Tell us a little bit about what happened as a result of that storm.
Thankfully, I don't know if you can actually say thankfully for a storm, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as, previous storms we've had. Because in 2017, we were hit back to back by 2 Category 5s within the space of 2 weeks. And so Fiona, impacting us directly as a Category 3 is actually kind of thankful. You're like, okay, it's not as bad as 2017. But it sounded worse, I can tell you, because I was inside my house and it sounded like freight trains were going on outside. And they were like, as soon as the eye was passing by, I stepped outside to, film some footage, and there were people across the road from me literally nailing back on parts of their roof. And I was like, get off the roof.
You mean in the middle of the storm, they were on the roof trying to nail it down?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I don't know if they ever got off, but I was hoping they did. We had no deaths, thankfully.
Yes.
In deaths from a storm in Turks and Caicos, ironically, is pretty rare. We don't really have we haven't had deaths from hurricanes in a really long time, a few decades. And we had one death a few years ago, but that was as a result of someone being on their roof and falling off the roof just before the storm hit. So it's so people dying as a result of the storm, thankfully, is not something we've had, despite having been hit by several Category 5 hurricanes. As I like to tell people, we probably haven't even lost a pet in a storm in recent decades. But we had significant power outages, especially here in the capital. They're saying that we, at least on day 6, we were about 73% restored so far. In the capital, Fortis, which is the utility company, is saying that countrywide we're about 97%. So again, it's still not as bad as previous incidents where we did have significant power outages, but they've been working really fast. I got to give it to them. The power crews have been out and about and trying to restore power as quickly as possible. I think part of that is that within recent years, we've gotten better. I mean, I still have some criticisms, but I think we've gotten better in terms of preparation for hurricanes, because we had the TCI regiment that deployed across the country prior to the hurricane strike. And I think that helped a lot of the other islands get back up and running as quickly as possible. Because as soon as the storm was over, the regiment and utilities and so forth were out about clearing roads, restoring utility services. So we've gotten better from that standpoint, but there's still work to be done.
And I feel kind of the same thing here as well, because we had the threat of Hurricane Ian. Thankfully, it was only Category 1, and it stayed off 85 miles offshore, so it wasn't a direct hit. And but we saw improvements in our communication networks. We saw improvements in government's response to the situations. I think that hopefully with every single storm that we all as a region have to go through, and then individual countries, that we are getting better with our contingency plans, our emergency response plans, and so forth. Because, we're very, very prone just because of geographically where we're located to hurricanes. Do you guys have in TCI? Tell me about your topography. I mean, obviously the Cayman Islands is relatively small. We only have 3 islands and we're flat. So we have no mountainous terrain or anything like that, which in some respects is good because it means that during a storm, we're not going to have any landslides or mudslides or anything like that. But sometimes the mountains are good to kind of break things up. I was watching, I saw some footage yesterday from Jamaica of part of their, I think it was in the Clarendon area, of part of their, one of their roadways, like there's now a big gap, a huge hole literally in the roadway where a mudslide has taken out a huge portion of that. So what is it like topography wise in TCI?
I mean, in terms of topography, TCI is pretty much similar to the Cayman Islands, where we're extremely flat. Actually, a good portion of the country is below sea level. So we get significant storm surges. So I would imagine that flooding would also be an issue in the Cayman Islands as well. Even the main kind of economic hub of the country, which is Providenciales, I mean, regular rain causes it to flood. So
yes.
So I mean, imagine a storm. I know in 2017 we had a situation where people were using boats downtown, and it just the image of someone in a paddle boat in the middle of town is just crazy.
Yeah.
And so our topography is really, really flat, and government has tried to over the years to put in different drainage systems. Maintenance has been an issue, of course. So you put in the drains, but then they're not maintained, and then just before the storm hit, everybody remembers, oh yeah, we have drains, yeah, we should clear those.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's
sometimes it's
situations.
the simple things that trip you
Yeah.
up as well.
So it's situations like that. I think our communication from a government and private sector perspective, just from a national perspective, has gotten better. I myself sit as part of the Crisis Communication Subcommittee, the National Crisis Communication Subcommittee, and we've improved quite a bit. We've improved a lot over the years in terms of our engagement with various different stakeholders and bringing public and private sector together. So I think that is one of the things I would definitely give successive governments credit for, is they've tried to improve the communications. It's still not where I personally think it should be, but at least I can say we've moved forward in terms of how we communicate. And I can only hope that we continue to progress in a positive direction. I think we need more investment in terms of our communication infrastructure and how communications is done. But again, I guess all things in time. But I also think that Caribbean people as a whole, we have to come to an understanding that we live in a hurricane zone. Like it is not going to change. And so, I think building codes need to improve. We need to emphasize people taking, hurricanes and other natural disasters into consideration. We're just not going to get rid of them. And I, for one, am an advocate of holding these larger countries responsible for the whole climate change issue. I think the region needs to get together and say, listen, we can't continue to be impacted by these storms and other events that are being caused by climate change and that we have very little contribution towards. These larger countries keep promising funding, like Biden has just President Biden, I think, has just promised $1 billion, and we're yet to see much of this funding. And the region, you can't progress as a region if every time you take 5 steps forward, you're taking 10 steps backward. And I think this is one of the things that holds the region back, is that our debt level is constantly being impacted by natural hazards like hurricanes and earthquakes and stuff like that. Take Haiti, for instance. It is hard to get any economic momentum if, as soon as you get some economic momentum, it's impacted by, hurricanes or political instability, and that's probably one of the reasons why you have the economic situation in Haiti, is because it's difficult to get any momentum given, all of the successive events they've had over the past couple of decades.
Right. But of course, I mean, we shouldn't negate the fact that we do contribute to our own climate issues.
Oh, yes, we do.
So,
I'm not saying we
yeah.
don't at all. I'm saying that
Yeah.
our contribution is minimal in comparison to, countries like the United States that only holds 25%, or I think is less than 25% of the world's population, and they contribute a huge chunk of the pollution. So we have to start saying to these countries, listen, you are impacting our existence essentially.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the crazy thing about it is just, a couple of weeks ago, we had the Caribbean Tourism Organization CTO conference, the annual conference, and it was hosted here in the Cayman Islands. And, everyone is focused on tourism and trying to build our tourism product and our tourism market. We had representatives from TCI and a lot of the other countries across the region talking about how, especially coming out of COVID, how we try to rebuild our tourism infrastructure. And, some countries are doing some things that are slightly different, but a lot of it just was packaged differently, but oftentimes it sounds the same. Caribbean, small Caribbean nations. Yeah, small Caribbean nations trying to stand out when the markets that we're going after, the US and, the Canadian market, for example, kind of tends to clump us together and see us all together. Any thoughts on, regional tourism? And as we talk about even hurricanes and how devastating they can be, those will certainly have an impact on our tourism product as well, because there have been times when, TCI has gotten hit because of a storm. Cayman benefits from that. Cayman gets hit because of a storm. TCI benefits from that. And so
we benefited hugely when you guys got hit a few years ago, and your cruise industry was closed. I mean, all of those ships were diverted to Turks and Caicos. So, I mean, we had a huge economic bump. And this is the thing, part of the issue too is that we contribute actually to our own demise in a sense through tourism. Tourism is the last time I checked was calculated to grow by 4% year on year for the next few years. And ironically, it contributes considerably to climate change, And if we don't change the way we do tourism, like finding new technologies in terms of transport and travel and all that stuff, then it is going to impact us. The last time I checked, data from, I think it was about 2012, was showing that, by 2050, the rebuilding cost to the region was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion from climate events. The region right now makes about $4 billion from tourism. Essentially, it's saying that climate-related events cost is going to eclipse our revenue stream.
Wow.
And it's something to think about as a region. How do we do tourism and essentially not contribute to our own demise? But in terms of how we're doing tourism, I mean, I think the world tends to lump the Caribbean into one neat little package that's not the reality. I mean, even as someone that's traveled and been a few places, one of the things that always annoyed me, and I guess some of I think Andre said it the last time I was on, is that, Jamaica is essentially brand Caribbean. And one of the things that always annoyed me was people would always say, oh, you're from the Caribbean. And then, they would try and mimic a Jamaican accent. And I would always go, we don't speak like that. That's that's the wrong country. That's Jamaica. And they go, oh, but I thought every Caribbean. I'm like, no,
right.
No, it's wrong country.
Well, if it's any consolation, I will tell you that probably not much has changed, because even in the 80s, when I went to Florida, when I went to Tampa, and I'd say, oh, I'm from the Cayman Islands. Back then, Floridians didn't know the Cayman Islands. And so they would be like, the Cayman Islands, is that the Bahamas? They knew Bahamas and Jamaica. the first two places they would say, is that Jamaica? Is that the Bahamas? And I said, no, it's the Cayman Islands. I just said it's the Cayman Islands. But, they had no idea where the Cayman Islands was. And at some point, we started to get direct flights out of Tampa. And so then people specifically at Tampa kind of knew a little bit more. And then we started to make our name for ourselves, not the best name in the world, because everybody wanted to associate us with money laundering. And so it'd be like, oh, yeah, the Cayman Islands. I saw it on this TV show, whatever, where everybody has their own personal money laundering bank account sort of situation, right? So it's amazing how the outside world, even a lot of our, American friends and counterparts, really know very, very little about the region and about how we differ as a people. And one of the reasons, Damien, I'm so glad you could join me this morning. I think everybody else got a little bit busy because I haven't heard from Andre, anyone else, but one of the
there's
reasons
so much happening here.
I know. That's what I was going to say. But we need to keep this interconnectivity going to understand what's happening in TCI, what's happening in Jamaica, what's happening in BVI. And in the other country, we've got Haiti in the mix, we've got Jamaica, so we have, I've started a small group of Caribbean participants, and hopefully that group will continue on WhatsApp to continue to grow. But one of the things that has come to the fore, even in our discussions last night, I was rereading some of them this morning as well, is that crime is always something that's on everybody's mind. And it's something that, again, impacts our quality of life as citizens of our individual countries. And it also impacts our tourism products. So El Rey says most Americans are geographically challenged. Yes, trust me. I'm always surprised at Americans who've never even had a passport and they've never traveled anywhere outside of their little towns and stuff like that, right? But let's talk a little bit this morning about the impact of crime. We know that recently the Cayman Islands sent a helicopter to TCI. The governor made this announcement that we were providing some sort of assistance from the RCIPS to assist, people in TCI. Give us a little overview of what the crime situation is and exactly what's going on.
Well, in terms of the TCI, and we've had persons from outside of the TCI or foreign residents who live in Turks and Caicos say, well, it's not that bad. And because over the past weekend, we recently had four murders, which brings the total to 11 murders in 3 weeks. So the first 3 weeks of September has been the bloodiest month on record for Turks and Caicos. And total September, 2022, we've had 22 murders, which again is a record for Turks and Caicos, and the year isn't over. And you now have, persons in broad daylight robbing people, people shooting up different locations. So gun crime is becoming a huge issue. And to put it in perspective, when you think about it, 11 murders would have been unimaginable just say 6 years ago. It would have been unimaginable. People would never think you would get to 11 murders. However, over the past few years, you've had a slight uptick each year. So one year we had 13 and people were in shock and up in arms, and the police commissioner was like, it's still not that bad. We're still one of the safest destinations in the world, one of the lowest crime rates, blah, blah, blah. But when you think that people in the Turks and Caicos historically have had almost no murders. We've had crime. I mean, like everywhere else, we have crime. But murder or gun crime is something new for us within the last decade. And so that has put a lot of concern in the public. The government recently, or rather the leader of the country, the premier, recently had a press conference where he spoke about some of the measures that government will be taking in terms of crime, which the government is looking at creating a guns, gangs, and drugs unit. They've said that the crime is related to gangs, drugs, and of course, there are international and regional links with the situation. Persons I've spoken to on the streets say that a lot of the guns are coming from Haiti, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic. well, from the U.S. but through those countries. And it's fueled by the drug trade, and so you have local gangs that are fighting over turf and over drugs. The other issue with that is it's becoming an immigration issue, because you have Haitian gangs, you have Jamaican gangs, then you have local gangs, and so you're starting to have this tension between communities. Well, not even starting. You have this tension that it's always been there, but you can see it's escalating, right? Because people are saying, well, it's the Haitians or it's the Jamaicans, and so you have that tension that's being created. And we know it's an immigration issue. You have persons coming in illegally from Jamaica. You have persons coming in illegally from Haiti, from the Dominican Republic, from other places. And we know that guns and drugs and other things are coming in with them.
Wow. I mean, that sounds like a lot of murders. Remind us of what your population size is and TCI, and what is it specific to Grand Turk, sorry. And are most of the murders happening on Grand Turk?
No, most of the murders are actually not happening in the capital.
Okay.
I think we've had one murder in the capital for this year. The vast majority are happening on Providenciales, which is really more or less the economic hub of the country. Most of our tourism, it's one of the larger islands. It's actually larger than the capital. So most of our tourism, most of our investment, a lot of that goes through there. It is the gateway to the country. So the international airport is there.
Okay.
And in the last couple of years, you've seen huge jumps in investment across the island. I tell persons going to Providenciales is like going to a completely different country these days. You can see the vast disparity between that island and the other islands, where most of the money from public and private sector is being invested. And so again, it's created the issue locally, where persons are saying, there's this lack of investment going on in the other islands. That investment is not spread evenly across the country, that Providenciales seems to be sucking up all of the resources. So there's tension in terms of that. Even with schools, there's not enough schools on the island, so you have children that are out of school.
Wow.
Yeah, so government.
And what is your population on Provinciales?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of about, last time I checked, like around 29,000.
So it's not even that many people. I mean, that sounds like a really manageable population size, and yet you're having resource issues, you're having access to education issues. I mean, this sounds like a recipe for disaster.
At this point in time, it could be. I wouldn't say it is. It could be. It's really a matter of government getting a handle on things.
Right.
I know they have the construction of more schools planned, so they're planning more primary schools, more high schools. The issue is that I don't think anyone really planned for the population boom in that island, because it happened fairly recently. Whereas Grand Turk was always the capital and the economic hub of the country, within the last I would say 3 decades, the population in Providenciales has just boomed, and so a lot of the investment, or rather, a lot of the foreign direct investment wasn't actually planned. It just kind of happened because of investment by government in terms of infrastructure, which was a good thing. So government invested in building a highway, and that kind of started attracting more private investment, and you just had a boom, and the boom has just continued. And unfortunately, I don't think we've been able, from a security perspective and in terms of social resources, been able to keep up with that boom. Because more and more investment is happening in the island, in that particular island. to the point where we have people waiting in queue to invest. And so the question is, how do you spread that across the country, and how do you diversify the economy where we're not this one-legged economy where, as we are right now, where more than 85% of our economy is tourism.
So, lack of planning, lack of foresight by your elected officials, and maybe even the community to some extent, just not expecting, as you say, this population growth that has occurred. And with that has come, some crime issues and some economic issues as well. Your premier is Premier Mizik. Is this the same Premier Mizik that had been under some scrutiny some years back?
No, it's actually his older brother.
Oh,
It's actually his older brother.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They are what you would call a political family. Almost the father was in politics. He was one of our first before we had elected representation in terms of what we have now in terms of ministers and so forth, where we had district boards and so forth. Their father was actually involved in politics back then. So this was like 1960s, 1970s. So the entire family in some way is involved in politics.
Interesting.
You had one of the younger brother, who is Michael Mizik, that he's the one that's currently on trial for corruption, and was involved in some of the things you mentioned a minute ago. The older brother was actually a former chief minister in the 1990s. He left politics for a short while, started a real estate company, came back into politics, was the minister of finance in a few years ago, and is now the premier. And so
it sounds like politics might be a lucrative business in TCI.
Don't say that too loudly. The population might agree with you.
Okay. And how are your MPs? I don't know if that's what you call them, but how are your representatives compensated?
I don't think we're compensated as well as the representatives in Cayman. I think you guys, your pay scale is considerably much higher than ours. The average MP backbencher makes, I think, roughly about $6,800 a month, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And that's US. That's US dollars.
Yeah, US.
Okay.
So I think last time I checked, Cayman or Bermuda, one of you guys had the highest pay scale in terms of parliament. I think we were either second or third. Because our don't get me wrong, our politicians, especially ministers, are compensated extremely well. So, and this is one of the arguments that a lot of persons in the public would make, is that they're compensated very well, so we should be demanding more accountability from them. We should be demanding better performance from them.
And by comparison, our MPs start at almost 11,000 per month.
You see, so you guys are nearly twice,
almost double.
Yeah.
And that's your conversion. That's US dollars.
Yeah.
So ours is CI dollars, which would mean that would actually be more in US dollars. So it's pretty much double, I would say. Unbelievable.
Yeah, because when I was looking at the salary of the Speaker of the House in Cayman the other day, I was stunned.
Yeah.
I was really
Yes,
stunned.
Anisha. We've been talking about that because a couple of people are not satisfied with their MP salaries. They want even more. And then, they get different allowances to run a constituency office. There's like a $5,000 allowance for that. The BRAC MPs, which is a smaller island, get additional allowances for being able to travel back and forth, car allowance and housing allowance. And so it's not a bad gig.
No, it's not. And we get the same allowances here. They're just at a different level. I think our constituency allowance is somewhere around just over $1,500 a month. And you have persons complaining now. There's not one MP that has a constituency office.
And
Like
how many MPs do you
being
guys
paid,
have?
huh?
How many MPs do you have?
We have 15 MPs.
Wow.
So you're literally being paid to have an office that does not exist.
Yeah, well, we have a few here that have done that as well, but I'm surprised you have so many MPs given your population size also.
13.
Because you're still a bit smaller than the Cayman Islands in terms of population. I mean, I guess you have more land mass, but we have 19. We've only recently gotten 19, and we have probably double the population that you guys have as well.
Yeah, we've had 15 for a while now.
Oh, wow.
I think maybe since the last constitutional reform, which was in 2012, or slightly there before. But I know for a number of years we had about 13 in total. Now we elect 13, but no, sorry, we actually have more than 15. I'm only counting the elected ones. We have 15 elected, but there are also, you have the governor's 2 appointed members, you have the attorney general, you have the government's appointed member, and the opposition appointed member. So you're literally looking at about 20 people in the House of Assembly. Now, the AG doesn't vote. She's just there to give advice. So if you remove her, it's 19. We have about the same as Cayman.
Wow, that's quite interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, thank you for giving us that info, because it certainly puts things in perspective. We have Soka saying that she's actually experienced her first tornado last night. Frightening and exciting all at the same time. She's in Florida. Winds were incredible. Had to be 120 miles per hour or more. It was followed by torrential rain like I've never seen before. Well, of course, again, we know that a Cat 4 storm is heading for Florida. She's in the Miami area, but all of Florida is going to get some remnants of the storm. Now, on yesterday's program, we were talking about people who do really, really foolish things during the storm. So El Rey says, yes, frightening, exciting. And I guess people like a little thrill. But look at what some Floridians are doing already. These are kids in this water. I can't believe their parents let them get in this water, frolicking around and swimming around in this water that could easily have a rip current in it and take them out underneath that little bridge or whatever that is.
The water could have the all kinds of debris, all kinds of chemicals. Basically, anything could be in that water. You don't know.
Exactly. And I mean, these kids act like they've never seen ocean water before. To want to go out in this torrential stuff is crazy. But we had a few people here also doing, pretty foolish things, going out trying to catch some wave action. And it's just, it's hard to believe that people are so risky with their lives and with the lives of their kids even. Wow.
Trust me, people do some crazy things. I can remember in 2007 during Hurricane Ike, again, as part of the national broadcast, so we, broadcast throughout the storm. And I remember a relative of mine calling me and asking me to go to their mother's house. This is in the middle of a Category 5 hurricane. To go to their mother's house and check on their mother to see if she's okay, because they were speaking to her and the house collapsed. And I had to tell the individual, I said, listen, if your mom is in her house and her house collapsed, that is probably the safest place for her at the moment. And I am not going out in the middle of the storm to go get your mother. And they begged and pleaded with me. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And the crazy thing was her mother lived across on the other side of the island. So it wasn't like I was just going next door.
Yeah. That's crazy. They wanted you to go through all of that. So Soka clarifies, she says she's actually in Hollywood, Florida, but Miami also had tornadoes last night. So tornadoes already rolling in ahead of the weather. So I know that we're going to have to dig into this issue a little bit deeper, Damien. But when we're talking about crime, this isn't something that you can discuss in one sitting or in 10 minutes. But what do
Yeah.
you think are the contributing? We've already talked about the influx of guns that comes in from surrounding regions fueled by the gang trade, or the gang members fueled by the drug trade.
Drug trade. Mhm.
But how do you, if you had to give people advice on how to address this? I mean, obviously there are long-term solutions and there are short-term solutions. I see that your government has announced a gun amnesty. Do you think that that is going to work? Are criminals likely to just hand in, their weapons? Like, what's going on here?
I'm real critical of a gun amnesty, and the reason
Yeah.
being is because it's failed several times in the past, and I doubt persons are going to just give up their guns. The communications executive for Flow here in the islands wrote, and basically an open letter, and where because he does a lot of youth work, and he said, what we need to do before any gun amnesty is successful is find out why are young men picking up guns in the first place. Because if they don't feel safe, no amount of amnesty is going to make them give up a gun when they don't feel safe in their communities. And so we have to address the issue of safety. There are psychological and sociological issues that is fueling this, aside from the whole issue of drugs and money. There are other things that are actually making this happen. And as I said this morning in a chat group, as long as crime is easier to find than opportunities and education, there will always be crime.
Yeah.
And
Very true.
we have to find a way of making opportunities more accessible, making opportunities more widespread, making it easier for people to get into entrepreneurship and other things, making it easy for people to access education. Because at the end of the day, crime, it starts out small, but if you don't address the issues behind it, the social and psychological issues behind it, it can become a culture. And then once it becomes a culture, people are then bred into that culture and believe that that is the way of life.
Yes.
And I don't think we're
it's that
there
much more
yet,
difficult to try to eradicate it once that's the case.
because then you're fighting a mindset rather than an issue. You see, and so I don't think we have that mindset yet. But if we don't start finding ways of addressing these things, then you're going to develop a culture. And as one of your guests is pointing out, Damien, one of the comments is that immigration is also an issue that's fueling crime, illegal immigration. Stuff that's happening in neighboring countries. So we
Tell
have
us a little bit about that.
well, the situation, we've had an ongoing kind of love-hate relationship with Haiti for decades. I mean, I tell persons, the Haiti or Haitians have essentially built a lot of the infrastructure in this country. In the 1950s, 60s, with my grandparents, I can remember growing up, and our biggest trading partner was Haiti. And that is something I think we need to acknowledge, because we have a significant Haitian population. They are the largest segment of the population, more than 50%. And so, the issue or this issue of tension between locals and the Haitian community can spiral out of control if not taken into hand. I think part of the problem also is that Haiti itself has stuff going on that's destabilizing, and so you have that push factor where the Haiti is not safe, it's not stable, and so that's pushing people away. And you have the pull factor of the TCI, where our borders are a little bit easier to get into, where it's easier for them to probably get a job, where it's easier for them to probably get lost in the system or lost in the community. And so, persons are taking advantage of that. And that is something that we definitely need to address. Now, I know the governor, along with the premier, have been talking about, creating a greater border force. In his national address on Monday, the premier spoke about supplementing the TCI Marine branch that really carry out those Marine operations with the TCI regiment. So the regiment will be giving more support in terms of border security and those things. Long term, really and truly, I think we need to grow our security forces. It's just something that I don't think the security forces have developed with the population. When I spoke with one police official, he said to me that when they looked at the numbers, the size of the force was relatively the same it was 20 years ago. And the population has doubled. So the force, in terms of its manpower, hasn't exactly grown with the population. A lot of our development doesn't benefit local communities in the sense that from speaking to officials, we probably have the second highest economic leakage in the region. So although we make a ton of money, a lot of it don't stay here. We make a lot of money in the Turks and Caicos. We have a $1 billion economy. But when you're talking 75% or more of that economy is exported somewhere else, and you often hear local people say, well, I don't see the money. It's impossible for you to see the money if it's not here. So we have to find ways of positioning our people so that they're able to benefit from this, so more of that money stays within the local economy. And I think this is a challenge for the entire Caribbean region, because when you look at the data in relation to countries that are heavily tourism dependent, they all have significant economic leakage. And that's simply because of the structure of tourism. It's normally foreign direct investment with absentee, mainly European ownership, and white or mixed race middle management. And so a lot of the money goes somewhere else.
Where's it going?
Mainly to Europe and the US.
Wow.
If you look at Turks and Caicos, we have one hotel that I know of that doesn't process any payments through TCI. All of their payments are processed through the US. So they don't even pay taxes on that money, or at least not in Turks and Caicos.
Amazing. Wow. So we have a few more comments that are coming in. So Shannon says, we have lots of opportunities for expats, but not enough for local generational Caymanians. So a lot of the stories sound very, very similar from one region to the next. Damien says Haiti can't get a break. The situation in Haiti is one that is very, very dire, very, very sad. But the reality is it has a trickle-down impact on others in the region as well. And the impact is a lot of times not very positive. So, a lot of the people who are leaving Haiti and going to whether it's TCI, Jamaica, or other countries can be the worst of, some of the Haitians that can jump on a boat and go to other countries illegally. And it's not like, not to say that some of these people are not going and doing good things and whatever, but a lot of people who are illegal migrants in particular are taking their bad behaviors and their gang warfare and the guns and drugs and everything else with them, which is really quite unfortunate. And that's why Damien is saying that one of the concerns is definitely the curtailing of illegal migration. So Ms. Juliette, Andre didn't join us this morning. I'm not quite sure what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. So maybe he ran into a few little issues. So Damien says, and then the DR is Spanish and doing much better. Well, the history of the two, although they share a landmass as an island, the history of the two nations has been very, very different. So Ms. Morna says the gang have bigger and more powerful weapons than the police over there. They don't have anything, weapons or powerful weapons to use. I heard that the policemen went into Q Town and they had to run out of there. That's where most of the Haitians live. They come in through the 5 Keys by the fish shop No, does that sound familiar, Damien?
They're actually talking about parts of providentiales. The two main areas that are impacted by a lot of these shootings are Q Town and Five Keys. And Five Keys is actually the district of the Minister of Education. And so, people have been saying, why isn't she more active in terms of crime happening in her district? And so Q Town and Five Keys are definitely where most of the incidents occur. I wouldn't say it's just in those areas, but it's mainly in those areas. And and I hate to make it a race issue, because a lot of persons have made it a race issue, and they say because these areas are mainly Black and Haitian, that there is no real urgency put on stemming crime in these areas, because it's mainly migrant populations from Haiti and Jamaica. And again, our main tourism district is on the other side of the island, and so persons say that we don't have any issues there because the other side of the island isn't being impacted. And so it can I won't say it can look like a race issue when you take certain factors into consideration, or a money issue, right? And so all of those things can make it look like something it may not be. I'm not going to say it is or it isn't. I'm just going to say that those factors exist and we can't deny them at the end of the day. And persons have said that there are areas that police can't go into. I don't know how true that is. The police have denied it on numerous occasions because we've asked it in press conferences, and they said that is not true. But I've spoken to officers privately who've said, yes, they've had to run from certain locations, but the public stance of the police force is that it's not true.
Interesting. Wow. Sounds like quite a dire situation. Obviously, it looks like our helicopter returned ahead of Fiona to get out of the way of the storm. I don't know if it's going to be redeployed back to TCI, but again, the Cayman Islands Air Operations Unit had sent some resources to TCI in an effort to try to help them with their ongoing, what they say is a gang-related violent crime situation. We initially published a story at the beginning of September, which was September the 5th, and it said just that weekend, last weekend gone, they had 4 gang-related murders, and here we are with Damien telling us again this morning that there was another 4 this weekend, and they're up to some 22 for the year, which is a record for a group of islands that has a population of half the size of the Cayman Islands. So, wow, it's really, really shocking. And, I suppose, Damien, when you look at the illegal people that would be coming in from Haiti and Jamaica in particular, their method of gang warfare is considered probably the worst in the region. I mean, they will, do things that really is quite shocking. And Honduras also, but I don't think you guys have a lot of people coming in from Honduras. How far are you from Cuba? Like, how long does it take to get from not Cuba, my apologies, from Haiti?
Cuba?
Not Cuba, Haiti. How long does it take by boat to get from Haiti to TCI?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but we're not that far. We're not that far. They're just off our, I think, northwestern coast. If I'm not.
So it's just a matter of you're the closest thing.
Yeah. We're extremely close. The vast majority of illegal migrants who they catch, I mean, we've gotten extremely good at intercepting boats over the last couple of years. But of course,
I see.
There can be more done, but we've gotten extremely good. But the vast majority of migrants that they do intercept are usually headed to the U.S. Right? It's just that they have to get through us in the Bahamas to get to the U.S. And so this is why the TCI Bahamas and the U.S. have a special operations unit called OPBAT, which is Operation Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. And so you have the U.S. Coast Guard, the Bahamian Defense Force, and the TCI Marine Branch that will operate boats in between the three countries in order to try and mitigate, drug trafficking, human smuggling, a range of different issues that relate because of the destabilization of things in Haiti.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at a map here that puts it in perspective. So there's the island of Hispaniola, which is Haiti on the left and Dominican Republic on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And so right next to you is then TCI in your chain of islands, and then the Bahamas. I see the route that you're mentioning as if they're going in that general direction. You're the first port that they would come into there in TCI. And that's before getting to the Bahamas, and if they're trying to get into Florida from there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the Bahamas also has a significant illegal immigration issue. I mean, if you look at news coming out of the Bahamas, there are, calls for the Bahamian Defense Force to do something, because in those outer islands of the Bahamas, residents are complaining that illegal migrants are now breaking into houses and taking over houses.
What? Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so it's getting pretty serious.
And any idea of the numbers of people that you have migrating? I see here that there's a whole IOM study that was done on, this is 2011, but talked about the study was focusing on Haitian migration in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Again, confirming that the economic downturn that they had back in 2008, which was prompted a drop in tourism and lower demand for unskilled labor, has increased general resentment on the part of the general population to the discrimination and sometimes hostile treatment of Haitian migrants. So this is a TCI link talking about that relationship. So interesting indeed.
It is. And the other issue again is that because we've had that boom in tourism and development, it creates a strain in terms of we can't supply the labor market fast enough.
Right.
And so the Haitian migrants actually fill a labor gap, right? And so they've now become the largest segment of the population. They're more than 50% of our population. Right. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
When you think about it, the children in our schools, more than 80% are Haitian.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Here's an article that says Tiny Turks and Caicos overwhelmed by Haitian influx. That was by France 24. Well, we're out of time on this morning's show, Damien, but can we table this to have a further discussion? Because I think that this is incredibly interesting in the TCI and Haitian context, but it's also something that we here in the Cayman Islands are very, very interested in, how migration, whether legal or otherwise, can impact so many things in other small island nations, including crime, including education, job opportunities, and so on.
Oh, trust me, the impact of it is widespread across the entire system. And I hate to say I blame politicians, but to a great degree, I blame politicians, because we saw a lot of these problems coming, and because of party politics, we refused to deal with the issues because people wanted votes from certain communities. And I mean, we've in a way we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot. And now the issue has become a significant one. And I always tell people, you can't just point the finger at Haitians and say they're at fault. I mean, we play a great role in what has happened, or rather our leaders who we elect played a great role in what has happened. And even last night you had 3 former premiers holding a press conference, or rather a media event. It wasn't really a press conference, but kind of like a talk show and stating their concerns over the issue. And while I thank them, because a lot of what they said was true, I'm not going to say that it wasn't. At the same time, they were in leadership. They could have done something. I mean, it's kind of late. Hindsight is 2020. It's kind of late to say, "Oh, this government isn't doing this," when you had the opportunity yourself to actually mitigate a lot of the stuff, and you perpetuated it.
Oh, I mean, it's something that we've been talking about here as of late on this program, the necessity to hire politicians that bring some degree of value to the table, who are worth that, whether it's $6,000 that you guys are paying them, or the $12,000 equivalent here that we're paying them. If we continue to represent or to elect representatives who only care about their own pocketbooks and lining their own pockets and getting in business and taking up opportunities for themselves, the vast majority of people will never benefit from that type of arrangement. So it's really on the electorate, the constituents, to try to make better decisions. But sometimes the pickings is kind of small. Jonathan says Haiti has a very different lifestyle. Violence has been part of their lives forever, and that's just everyday life over there. So when they go to different countries, when they would consider the people soft, they would form gangs and try to control the nation with violence. Well, unfortunately, I mean, Jonathan has a point, because that is exactly what has been happening in Haiti for a really long time. I mean, they're killing journalists, kidnapping journalists, doing the most. And there seems to be no abatement. Yeah,
it's a culture, and not to speak ill of all Haitians, because I know some Haitians even who came to the country legally and that now have legal status, and they contribute greatly to the TCI. But one of the things that stunned a lot of people was that you had a WhatsApp message going around, a voice note of one of the latest murders, where you could hear a machine gun being fired in the background and Haitian individuals laughing.
Oh my God.
And so this has created even more tension.
Wow. So Perla says, imagine if this was in our schools to learn about the history of our fellow Caribbean neighbors and its economy. I'm learning something new here. Cayman is having the same issue, says Debbie. And again, this brings home the point that although it might not, we might not have had 22 murders in Cayman yet, if we don't get a hold of the situation, what is to stop our current predicament from going from the murders that we're having to that point? Because we've all been there. I remember when I first moved back home back in the late 90s, there was a point in time when Cayman had no murders. Like we'd go years, 3-4 years without having a murder. And then all of a sudden we were flaring up, and, we had our first 2 mass shootings. Was it this year or earlier last year? Last year, I think it was, with machine style guns. The first in the Cayman Islands, where somebody went into a bar and sprayed the entire bar full of people, including innocent people and whoever they thought, they were trying to target. So, this is the traction of illegal weapons across multiple jurisdictions is one of those things, folks, that, we all have to be cognizant of, we have to be aware of, and we have to do every single thing within our power to try to nip these situations in the bud as quickly as possible, because they never get any better. They never abate themselves if people sit back and do nothing. And,
this is where regional collaboration is important, because the Caribbean doesn't make guns. There's no Caribbean country that makes guns.
Exactly.
It comes from the US.
Yeah.
And so we have to work together on this very particular issue. And even with the deportation of criminals being sent back to Caribbean countries, they bring whatever the lifestyle is with them. And you can see where over the years there's been criminals deported from the US to the Bahamas, to Jamaica, to Haiti, to the Cayman Islands, and to Turks and Caicos, and they bring that lifestyle with them.
Wow. Truly amazing to learn some of this stuff. And like I said, the parallels are definitely there. You know, and you're absolutely right that we have to learn from each other. So Perla says, similar but not with gun violence. We're just getting started with the guns. I don't think we're just getting started. You don't just get started when you have semi-automatics on your road and 4 or
Oh,
5 people
trust
being sprayed
me,
down.
there is
We're not just getting started.
there's probably more than you even know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that our ignorance, and not saying that in a bad word, people just don't know. And we make statements like, oh, we're just getting started. No, the gun culture and the gun violence in Cayman is not just getting started, just like gangs are not just getting started. You know, we had elected officials probably 15, 20 years ago who were in denial about the existence of gangs in Cayman. They were like, oh no, they're just a group of loose friends. And you know, come to find out we've got, you know, at least 2 very, very active gangs in West Bay, you know, that people then became aware of. And it wasn't just a group of friends. These people were organized. I mean, it might not have been like the Crips and the Bloods in the US where they were massive, but they still had a gang mentality. They were engaging in gang behavior. They were engaging in illegal activity. And so even our denial at the highest political levels in this country is not served us well, because government wasn't focusing its resources and energy in gun prevention, gang prevention, violence prevention, none of that stuff, because our elected officials are walking around with their proverbial head stuck in the sand, claiming that we don't have a gang issue, we don't have a gun violence issue.
Sandy,
And
it
now
started the same way here. It started the
Really?
exact same way.
Oh my God.
Like,
Unbelievable.
I'm sure if I pulled statements from our officials here, it would probably mirror statements by
gosh.
officials in Cayman. So if they
Unbelievable.
think that it isn't a problem, just wait. Just give it a few years, right? Because it started out where these people weren't as organized. Now this is organized crime. I mean, essentially, when you think about when they intercept a boat from Haiti, it's normally with on average about 200 plus people. Each one of those persons are paying $3,000 plus to get here. You multiply that by 200, you're talking nearly $1 million, right? Or $500,000 every time you intercept a boat. That is big money. You think it's going to stop just because we wish it to?
Caller, we do have a caller on the line. Caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Morning. Your guest is making some good comments about the reality of the business of crime. And I like particularly his comment about being skeptical about the gun amnesty. And recently, you and I, Sandra, was talking about some people having too many children. And I see that as a symptom and not the cause. And what he rightfully says is that you need to address the causes. And the other comment he made is, if it's easier to do crime or have opportunities in crime than it is to have opportunities to do lawful stuff, well, some people are going to take that route. And so I think that a lot of times our efforts are misguided, that we're trying to put a Band-Aid on it because we have other important things to deal with, yada, 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 yada. And we don't spend the time that we need to ask ourselves, why? What's the reason? What's causing this? And I think that's an important step that we need to make here in Cayman as well. But when you talk about the similarities between other overseas territories and the Cayman Islands, we all have one thing in common. We're colonies. And if you think that that's an insignificant point, if you think it's just a historical fact and have no relevance to our existence today, you're sadly mistaken.
But the point could also be made, Denny, that every single country, including the US, was a colony at some point. I mean, you had colonizers and you had colonies. So those were the only two choices. No country was ever created independently. Everybody fought for wherever they are at this particular point in time in history. Some of us are still colonies. Obviously, our colonial existence is perhaps we've not been liberated as long as some others are liberated at all.
Well, if you're a colony, you're not liberated at all.
Yeah.
At all. Mm-hmm. And there are some people who mistakenly think that because the governor wears a business suit instead of the colonial uniform, that, oh, that's the past. Mm-hmm. Or that because we now have something called a parliament and not a legislative assembly, that's the past. That's rubbish. What that is actually an example of how not only British diplomats and local politicians use language to fool our people. Nothing was achieved in the big scheme of things where it really matters from changing the legislature, from changing it from legislative assembly to parliament. Mm-hmm. The point is, we're still a subordinate legislative body. You could call it anything you feel like calling it. You didn't change the reality. And the point that I'm trying to drive home here is that the reason why you're a colony is because it benefits the imperial power in some way. And one of the things that your guests talked about is the people in Turks and Caicos said, well, I don't see the money in the economy. And he said, well, you can't see it if it's not here. And you see, the reason Cayman was set up the way that it was for the benefit of the imperial power. The money laundering that you talked about that Cayman gets blamed for, who invented that? That was the British. But if you see, the way that they have it structured is that if it happens here, we get the blame. But you have to ask yourself, who is committing the act? Right? It's not the poor people here who can't pay CUC's bills. It's the people with lots of money in other jurisdictions utilizing this jurisdiction for purposes of aggregating funds and doing business internationally. And so we have to take a look at why it is that we're structured the way we are, who does it benefit, and if we're not happy with the way it benefits, you need to ask yourself, what changes should we make? Because I can tell you that I am convinced from looking at history and looking at the current constitutional arrangement for the Cayman Islands, it's not structured for the benefit of the local people. It is not. And as long as that is the reality, there will be crime, and it will get worse because the circumstances will get worse as time passes.
All right.
So I want to address something. Your caller said just now, right? With crime getting worse as time passes, I am in agreement with that statement, right? And essentially it is because, and I always tell people in the Caribbean, right, the TCI has been one of the few countries that has never had a revolution, not economic, not social, not political. And I always ask, is that because we're the most stable people in the region, or is it that we're the easiest people to subdue?
Well, that would be after the Cayman Islands, sir.
Right? And this is the question we have to ask ourselves.
We asked the same question here. So you guys are following us, or we're following, I don't know, but yeah.
When you look at it, our politicians, we're so busy fighting over party politics.
Yes, thank you.
And we don't realize that our politicians are actually leading us down a road of no return, right? And in essence, a lot of other countries have gone down the same road that Turks and Caicos, Cayman, all of us are going down. And they're saying, don't look over there, don't look over here, look over there. And we're being distracted by party politics, not realizing that our politicians are out for themselves. They have the same colonial mindset. And I always tell people that at the end of the day, there is no such thing as a tax haven. I'm sorry, I do not believe in that nonsense. And the main reason is the same rules exist in European countries. I think it's racist at the end of the day. The same rules exist in. Why are European countries not eligible to be put on these lists? Why are European countries allowed to carry out the same things that jurisdictions in the Caribbean and other places are carrying out, but we call it money laundering? And as your caller said, who is doing it? Isn't it the same white absentee ownership that's doing it? But you're penalizing these, and honestly, I honestly feel that in a way it's racist because you're penalizing majority Black countries for things that people who live in Europe are doing. Right? And it just irritates me.
I believe you're correct, but the day will come when the hunter will become the hunted and the story will end differently.
And unfortunately, Denny, if history is to prove, if we look around, that reversal is something that will be detrimental to us as a people. It's not something, us becoming the hunters is not something that we should be proud of, because most of the times that means an increase in crime, as we've seen in other jurisdictions, a labeling as, oh, the Cayman Islands is a dangerous jurisdiction. Don't go there anymore to stash away your money. Don't go there any longer to visit, to tour. You're going to get raped and robbed and all these sorts of things. So,
but but I agree with what you're saying. But the problem is, you would be hard pressed to convince me that the electorate in the Cayman Islands, for the most part, don't understand what's going on.
That they don't understand, or that they do understand?
They do not understand. You think that the people who take $1,500 or $800 as a bribe for a vote during the general election don't understand that that's wrong?
They might understand that it's wrong, but I dare say what they don't understand is the long-term significant implications of that behavior. They're just thinking in the short term, as with most things in life. So even when we're talking about family planning, it's just about, the act in the moment. And all of a sudden you've got a child and, oh yeah, right. So now I got to take care of this child for 18 plus years. So people often don't think about the long-term consequences of their behavior. They're in it for the short-term gain.
What percentage of the population do you feel? I'm talking about the voting population.
Right.
Do you feel don't understand
the long-term implications? That do not understand the long-term implications. 80% do not understand the long-term implications.
So they look at other countries. They see other countries.
They don't even look at other countries, Denny. You're making assumptions that our people are educating themselves. That's, like I said, that's why we have Damien on the program. That's why we invite Andre in the program. Listen, every single time I publish an article out of another country, people are asking me why. Why do we care? We're talking about a storm in Florida. Why do we care? Our people cannot see beyond their noses for the most part.
If
beyond
I could
what's
interject,
happening in their districts in West Bay, in Georgetown, and
if I could interject here, I literally had the same conversation at 4 a.m. this morning in a chat group with 200 people, right? And I was literally saying the same thing that Sandy's saying, is that we need to start paying attention to what's happening around the region. And I told them, I said,
and around the world.
As someone that's worked with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, right? Worked in the governor's office. I realized that there's a lot we don't know, and it's because we're not paying attention. We're not even looking at the other territories to see what's going on, to have a better understanding of what's happening in our own country.
Or anywhere else in the world, even.
Exactly. And I said, if we did that, we would be in a far better place and we would understand far more.
Listen, Ironically, sorry to cut you, Damien. Ironically, I just received an email from the court's office, and they're talking about proposed draft practice directions in relation to public access to criminal courts. This is a topic that I have brought up before, saying that we need greater and more public access. I'm so thankful that the Chief Justice has invited us to make some comments on this as one of the media houses in the Cayman Islands. The public needs to care about public access to information, criminal records, and so on. Every single time we put out something for a consultative paper, give us your feedback, let's do this, participate in a survey, the people don't do it. So this is why I say what I say to Denny. I'm like, the people can't be that interested. Now, mind you, there are times when I think there is a disconnect between the people who are putting out these surveys and that they don't know how to get it to the people. But, you know, even the times that they do, and you ask people, fill out this survey, give us your feedback, participate, the participation isn't there. So that's why I say 80% is probably on the conservative side of people who understand the long-term implications of their actions.
Well, I guess people are dumber than I thought they were.
Well, I mean, it's just if you don't appreciate something and you don't know something and you don't get it and you don't have the capacity to get it, and your leaders themselves, a lot of times they don't get it. They don't want the people to get it. The few that do get it don't necessarily want the people to get it because they understand that the gravy train has an expiration date and it's coming sooner than anybody else thinks. And that's a problem.
I agree with you that the politicians don't want it, because think about it. The lack of being informed and having education and so forth was and to me it still is a tactic used by the British. They use it very effectively in India. The only reason we have education to the extent that we do in the Cayman Islands right now is because of the missionaries who came here. The British ignored it. And I think that's part of the design.
Danny, to your point, right? Now, one of my favorite MPs in the UK, he passed away recently, former MP in the Labour Party. And he was an aristocrat that stepped down to become an MP, right? So he could have been a member in the House of Lords, Tony Benn. And Tony Benn said that if you want to control any society, you only need to control three things: access to finances, access to education, and access to healthcare. And if you can control those three things, you control any society. And I always say that our politicians in the Caribbean, especially the English-speaking Caribbean, English and French-speaking Caribbean especially, have learned very well how to control societies, because we have to come to them for money. What do you think we're doing when they give us handouts? They're conditioning us to come to them for everything. And I tell people, if you have to go to an MP for everything, that's not empowerment. That's enslavement. You're enslaved to that individual, because it means you can't do anything without them. To empower me is to make me independent of you.
Exactly.
Right? And if we're talking true independence, then that comes with education. And politicians across the region do not educate people when it comes to the whole idea of independence, the pros and the cons, because there are some positives, but there are a whole lot of negatives that come with independence. And the way today's global economy is structured, there is no such thing as true independence. I hear people here talking about, oh, you know, when we get rid of the British, we can just go to the IMF. Well, who the hell do you think runs the IMF?
Oh my God. Seriously.
Who actually runs the World Bank?
Yes. And this is part of the problem, Damien and Denny, and even others who are listening. If we are not able to educate our people, even listen, every single day I see comments here where people have these really fanciful ideas. Oh, let's just go to Venezuela and get gas. Like, it's just that easy. Like, they do not understand any degree of how countries operate between each other, how contracts between each other, you know, different jurisdictions work. We have somehow managed to raise generations of people who are clueless about local affairs, international affairs, regional affairs.
It's a
you
civic
name it,
political culture. We've been conditioned by our civic political culture to think this way.
Yeah.
And it's so that politicians can control us.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We've been
and it's always, I suspect at some level, It's always been that way across, you know, many jurisdictions, as long as mankind has existed, you know, because the people who are in power and the people who have the wealth, they always want to retain that. And they do that by keeping people in the middle class happy to a certain extent, and the people in the lower class, you know, as uneducated as possible. And that's not something that is unique to British overseas territories. That's not something that's unique to the Caribbean or unique to the Cayman Islands. We can look at every jurisdiction across the world. The US, it's the same thing, right? You know, what did they do with slaves? They took away so much of their culture and their heritage, and, you know, all of the things that they did as a community and to keep families together. They broke apart the families. And a lot of those things have trickled down to us. Our people don't want to read. We don't want to educate ourselves. You know, on this program, someone said to me yesterday, my good friend, Ms. Irma, said, you know, what I really love about your show is you talk about so many different things. Like one day we're here talking about the benefits of coffee, and the next day we're going to, you know, she's like, you have a knack for interjecting so many different topics. And I think that I was kind of thinking about what she said a little bit, and I thought to myself, you know, that's my personality, and it has been my personality for a really long time, where I just love learning. Like I learned at an early age to appreciate information, and information can make you healthier, wealthier, and wiser. You know, it can make you be able to hold a conversation with anybody in this world. And so why not embrace that? And so, you know, on this platform, we do that. We talk about, we're the only publication in the Cayman Islands that covers regional news consistently. And people get, Caymanians get upset. Why do we care what's happening in the rest of the region? And my mind is always blown away when I get that question. And I say, we used to be called the islands that time forgot. We're no longer those islands. Okay. You know, we are part of a bigger circle of what becomes the world. And I'm like, why wouldn't you care what's happening in Jamaica? Why wouldn't you care what's happening in TCI? Why wouldn't you care what's happening in Cuba, Honduras, all over? Because it impacts us. At one point, we had Cuban nationals come here who were part of this. I forget what the proper name of their gang was, 13 or whatever, right? They were gang members walking around the streets of the Cayman Islands with their gang tattoos. And our border control people, immigration at the time, had no clue what that gang symbol even meant. Why? Because we are raising ignorant people, and ignorant people are running our governments, running our infrastructures, either immigration officers or customs and border control officers. How can you not think that that is something that would be detrimental ultimately to your country? Denny, you remember when I did that trip to the United Nations to talk to speak to the decolonization committee, right?
Boy, do I remember.
I can't even remember what year that was now. But the whole premise of I could only do a little 2-minute or 5-minute speech, but the whole premise of my speech was that knowledge is power. Saber es poder, right? We have to comprehend that at its core. Yeah. Without knowledge, our people will perish. Even the Bible speaks of it. That's how long ago this would have been relevant to our people. And every day we get up with people.
Wasn't that around like 2000 and
I want to say, was it 3? Was it 6? I still have my little UN badge pass, so I can look at that. But
it was sometime just before the constitutional review took place.
Right. Okay.
I just can't remember how far before.
Yeah. And you know, again, we have people walking around who don't want to know. They go by this theory that ignorance is bliss. They don't want to know anything about anything. And they maintain their happiness by not knowing. But it's a limited situation.
Ignorance is bliss. At the end of the day,
but up to a certain point,
people don't know what's happening. They don't want to know what the problems are. Why? Because they're afraid that if they know, they won't be able to fix it. And I always tell people here that knowing what the problems are, you know, isn't guaranteeing that we're going to have a solution today. But I believe that everyone collectively is smarter than any one individual. And therefore, if we all put our heads together, we can fix any problem. Right?
Absolutely.
Especially, I always tell people, descendants of slaves. When you think about the Turks and Caicos in particular, our ancestors were left here to die. But they came back and made us thriving. You know, and so at the end of the day, we're able to figure things out. This belief, and I always call it the white knight, this belief that an expert is someone that comes off of a plane from some foreign country that can solve all of your problems is one of the biggest downfalls of Caribbean
Absolutely.
people. We have this
Are you
belief that
sure
foreign is
are
better.
you sure you're talking about TCI? 'Cause that sounds like you, man.
You know, these are there are things in life, folks, that are universal truths. There's universal human experiences. I think that we can all relate to, and you know, we here in the Cayman Islands suffer from that as well, where everything that's foreign is good, whether it's good or not. You know, Caymanians have always had you. You have a Caymanian who will tell you something and be like, "Oh, I don't know what she's talking about. She crazy. She's this, she that. She's a know-it-all." You know, they degrade their own. But if you have a foreign national come with the right accent and tell you the exact same thing, all of a sudden, oh, this person is an expert and they've got all these credentials, and you know, and it's like, hello, did I not just say that? Like, what the heck? You know, and it's unfortunate, but you know, I believe that we have the capacity to learn from one another, to teach one another. And in this day and age, this is what I absolutely love about the world that we live in. Having this type of a discussion is so much easier. I mean, I didn't have to travel to TCI to bring Damien in. He didn't have to travel to the Cayman Islands. And the technology that we have available to us is what is going to allow us. I'm just going to mute you for a second, Danny, because I was getting some feedback. The technology that we have available to us is what has allowed us to leverage, you know, these types of relationships, which can then be used as a platform to kick off these very, very important discussions. This is your springboard to acquiring the knowledge that you need, folks. You just have to be open to it. So you just have to have an open mind. Not everything that people say to you, you have to take on board as truth and as gospel, but be open to listening and to having the dialogue. That is the most important thing. And I think from there, you know, we can all learn.
Sandy, I think that one of the things, if anything people take away from this conversation, and again, you know, maybe somebody might say I beat up on politicians a lot, but it's because I don't believe in this blind allegiance to groups. I'm sorry, I just don't believe in that.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and my
It's
mother
never served
didn't
anybody well.
Yeah, my mother didn't raise me that way. And I'll leave you guys with this, is that your MP is not smarter than you. They just have more access to information than you. That's the only difference, really and truly. So freedom of information is important. It is one of the things I have been lobbying for in the TCI for the last decade.
Right.
I don't believe
And
my
speaking of
is
freedom of
worth more than you.
information, let me just say, just speaking of freedom of information, that today is actually the International Right to Know Day. Speaking of that, the Ombudsman's office sent this out yesterday. We've invited them on the program because I cannot believe that it is the International Right to Know Day, September the 28th, and they're not singing from the rooftops about the importance of freedom of information. They just send out a written press release and expect that that's going to garnish something from the public. I've invited them on the program. They said, "Oh, it's short notice." I said, "Listen, you don't have to come today. It would have been nice if you had planned this a week ago and you knew that this day was coming. But this is so important. You don't have to come today. Pick a day next week. Pick a day the week after. You should be singing from the rooftops about the significance of International Freedom to Information Day." I mean, it seems like a no-brainer.
So you're telling me public communications is poor in every country?
Well,
boy.
That's all I'm saying.
Sandy.
Yes, Danny.
Speaking of the UN, right?
Yes, sir.
And the right to know. If people care to know, they would find that when you go to Article 73 of the UN Charter, that when it's talking about the administering power, which is the UK's responsibilities towards its overseas territories, in that article, it says that the social and political aspirations of the people of the territory is paramount. Okay. regardless of the fact that that's the case and it was written by the British primarily, the British comes to the Cayman Islands and they put a provision in the Cayman Islands Constitution Order in section 31.3 that says that when the governor is carrying out his responsibilities as governor, he shall endeavor to look out for the interests of the Cayman Islands, so long as those interests are consistent with the interests of the United Kingdom, which is the opposite of what the UN Charter says. And so we have our people praising that. And to make matters worse for me, now that the mourning period is over, I cannot comprehend the concept of mourning the death of my oppressor. Now, there are people who would say, well, yeah, but she was a good person. It wasn't her, it's the politicians. Well, you think if the Queen wanted to say something about how terrible slavery was, how terrible they treated the people in, let's say, Kenya, for example, which was in recent history. This wasn't way back in ancient times. This was in a time when my mother was born. My mother's still alive, right? And in fact, the settlement in that case didn't happen until 2013. So we're not talking about ancient history. And so we have a system that is systematically working against us in a way that our people are incapable of dealing with, because it requires you to understand the nuances and the nuances of the English language, and that's where we fall down. So when a politician or the governor gets up and says certain things, it's said in such a way that it causes you to assume what you think he means. Now, if you fill in the blank and you fail to ask the question, well, what do you, Mr. Governor, actually mean by that? Or what do you, Mr. MP, actually mean by this vague statement you're making? You'll be led down the wrong road, and they'll say, well, I didn't say that, right? And that's the game they play. And so what we need to do is we need to have our people equipped and aware. Like, now that the UK has left the EU, there are two terms that you need to be familiar with. One is Global Britain, and the second one is soft power. Global Britain is the new marketing term for empire. Soft power is their reference to their diplomatic system. So they're going to use diplomacy throughout the world to encourage businesses to do, countries to do business with Britain. But remember something, diplomacy, in viewed another way, is non-violent warfare. Okay? So when they're using diplomacy on you, they're not using it for your benefit. They're using it for the benefit of global Britain, the empire. Okay? That is their mission post-Brexit. And if we think that Section 31, subsection 3 in the Constitution is there for absolutely no reason, ask them to take it out and see what response you get. Okay? They won't take it out. And if they won't take it out, it means they intend to use it. And if they intend to use it, it clearly says it's for their benefit, which is contrary to what Article 73 of the UN Charter is saying. Okay? And if we sit down and we allow that to continue, what the British is going to say to us is, well, you've decided to stay under us. Right? It's don't blame us. We're not holding you here. You can leave anytime you want. Just tell us. And you see, that's where the people get scared, because the people feel inability to do certain things themselves. And what that speaks to is that they don't understand what is happening. So,
Danny, can I ask a question? Is that not a result? And this is the thing I keep saying about the Caribbean as a whole. Is that not a result of a lack of leadership on the part of our own leaders in the Caribbean? Not empowering their people for selfish reasons.
In part, because while it is true that our politicians should be doing those things, it's also true that our people should be taking the initiative to inform themselves and to look out for their own interests and defend their interests as well.
I agree with you, but conditioning is a very real thing. We've been in the Caribbean, we've been conditioned to support mediocrity. We've been conditioned to support it. I told someone the other day that we think we have good leadership because we haven't seen what good leadership looks like. That's why we think when our politicians give us $10,000 through the back door, we think they're doing something good because we haven't seen what good looks like.
Yes.
We've only seen that. So in our minds, that's good, right? And to add to what you're saying,
I would find it amazing. I would find it amazing if a person would take the 10,000 from the politician and not understand that the politician is treating them like a prostitute, and not think for a second, well, if he would buy me, maybe he would sell me.
Danny, let me give you a perfect example.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me give you a perfect example. In 2016, I ran as an independent candidate in our general election. One of the senior executives of the current party that's in power came to me and said, Damien, we want you to end your campaign and come and support us. And so I said to the individual, I said, sure, no problem. I said, but let me ask you a question first. I said, why are you supporting your party's MP in your district? And the person looked at me and said, well, that's my party, so I got to support them. So I said, let me ask you another question. The person was a business owner. I said, would you let your MP for that district run your business? It's like, well, hell no. I said, so why would you let him run your country for 4 years? I said, you don't realize the damage they can do to your business by running your country? So that shows you the short-sightedness of even the political executives. They don't see the damage that they're doing. And how do you expect them or the people to be able to see when we've been conditioned to think in the same manner? Because the politicians come from us.
Of course.
They come from us. George Orwell, you're talking about the English language. George Orwell wrote an essay called Politics in the English Language. I think a lot of people should read that because it talks about how the language is used to subdue you. Right? And
all right, Denny, thank you very much for that. We appreciate the call.
Sandy?
Yes, sir.
Sandy? You need to give this man status.
Thank you, Denny.
Take care.
So thank you so much, Damien. I don't want you guys to log off because I've got some important information for you. In keeping with International Right to Know Day, one of the things that I personally believe in is this knowledge base and the sharing of information. Damien, I appreciate you so much coming on the program. Every Wednesday where we can, we will try to do this. I know it's not always possible. Everybody's busy, trying to cover the news and stuff for their own citizens. But I think this collaboration is so incredibly important. Andre just finally messaged. He said he had so many calls for his birthday yesterday that he's just able to wake up because it's been a long day for him. So perhaps next week we can have him on the program. But Damien, I really, really appreciate you. And I hope that you guys have a quick recovery from Hurricane Fiona.
Well, the crazy thing is that when we had no power, we had internet. Now we have power and no internet. So
we feel you. I mean, luckily we didn't have too many disturbances from Ian, but the power company moved very, very quickly. Internet was up the whole time. But I appreciate you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day and keep in contact with us.
Definitely. You guys take care, and it was great being here.
Thanks.
Thank you for
Thanks
having
so
me
much.
as usual. And I wish you guys
Absolutely.
an awesome one.
Okay, thanks, Damien. Appreciate it. So again, that's Damien Wilson, folks, from TCI. So it is International Right to Know Day. That is today. And on this day, we celebrate our right to browse the internet for information, search on social media, read blogs, take in as much accurate information as you can. Not the inaccurate stuff, not the conspiracy theories, honey child. We leave that over to the side. So listen, I have one for you. Remember on yesterday's show, someone put the question to us. So let me just see. I'm going to bring this up in terms of what was said. So somebody said, because I was talking again about these MPs getting paid, having expectations of them, et cetera, et cetera. And someone made the comment, said that, but Sandy, what about the commissioner, AKA the commissioner of police? He's being paid for his duties and role as the commissioner, but all of his bills are paid by us, the people. So where is the salary he's making going? We are normal citizens. We as normal citizens work and get paid and pay our own bills. Why he any different? A lot of foolishness going on in the Cayman Islands. The white man prospers while us black people suffer. Folks, let me enlighten you here today. Black people are suffering because of your lack of knowledge and understanding and your refusal to do any better on a personal level as well. I can now tell you that I have done my research. I did reach out to France Manderson yesterday. He gave us an immediate answer. Y'all didn't want to believe him. You're like, oh, France lies all the time. We don't care what France says. And so, as is always the case, folks, go to the source documentation. You don't have to believe anything that anybody tells you. Go to the source. All right, let's have a look at the police regulations. Now, if you yourself do not know that all of our laws, regulations are now available online for free, y'all need to wake up. Remember when there was a time when you had to go to what was the Legislative Assembly at the time? They had a little price tag at the bottom of the law and you had to pay $3.50 for it, $12.50, depending on how many pages it was. You had to pay to get it. That is no longer the case. You should not be ignorant about any legislation in this country because it is all readily available for you at legislation.gov.ky. Let me show you all the website, just in case you missed the memo. Hold on. This is the website, legislation.gov.ky. It says, welcome to the Cayman Islands legislation website. Then it tells you about the rule of law, so you can understand a little bit more about that. This website was launched, and it includes all current legislation, repealed legislation, recent changes in legislation, all bills. So the government is proposing something. You want to see what they're proposing? Good folks, come to this website. And you can, I'm just going to increase the size here. You can get that information for yourselves. All legislation gazetted, all proclamations, all consolidated indexes. It is here for the taking and it is free. Thanks to the Attorney General's chambers. The site contains over 50 features, including smartphone and tablet compatibility, automatic legislation history tables, strict security, subject column on most layouts, and a pop-up help system, to name a few. Now look at the number of visitors. This is even interesting, right? It tells you over here how many visitors have visited the website. Today, they've had 101. Yesterday, they had 198. Last week, they had 428. But the entire time that this website has been up, there's only been 83,960 visitors. Why are you not visiting this website? I'm going to now give you the link in this chat section. And I want every single one of you that's still online, honey child, to go to this website. Educate yourself about the laws of the Cayman Islands. Yes. It says now there are currently 9 people on the website, 9 guests and no members. I'm not sure what membership gets you. But anyway, recent bills. Look, There's an education amendment bill that was dropped on August the 31st. Who knew? I certainly haven't heard anything about it because the Ministry of Education hasn't said anything about it. I haven't seen any press releases about that bill. Did I miss one? You know, people are keeping you in the dark, but most importantly, you yourself are keeping yourself in the dark. Here's a traffic amendment bill, financial assistance bill, accountants amendment bill, limited liability companies. These are all recent bills that have been introduced. So even when the so-called opposition claims the government isn't doing anything, this at least tells you that, listen, this is what's coming down the pipeline. All of this was in August alone, just last month. So it can't be that they're not doing anything because these things will soon be going to Parliament for debate and for passage. But you better read them so that you can contact your MP and give your MP some feedback. Recent amendments. September the 1st, Insolvency Practitioners Amendment. Are y'all paying attention to any of this stuff? All right, so listen. I went to this website and I pulled up the police regulations, yes? Here is what the commissioner gets. So for those of you who say that we are paying his bills, and you've been told this by so-and-so, so that person must know what they're talking about because you have such a good source, stop being stupid, okay? Stop listening to people who themselves do not know what they're talking about because then they make you sound ignorant when you go out there and repeat what they have said in a moments of ignorance. The police commissioner gets a uniform allowance of $500. Other gazetted officers get $400. So he gets $100 more than everybody else. He gets a housing allowance, right? $2,400. Laundry allowance, when you're below the inspector level, $3,000. Up to chief inspector, $350. Driver's allowance, $540 to $360. They get some upkeep, motor vehicle car upkeep, substation allowance, detective allowance, specialist allowance. So these are the different types of allowances by rank, yes, and rate per annum. This is not per month. This is per annum. So contrary to the comment that was made yesterday, which supposedly came from a very good source, when in fact it didn't, it says the commissioner is being paid for his duties and role, plus he's getting all of his bills paid, including this cushy house on West Bay Road, is completely false. It is not true. So y'all didn't have to believe Franz Manderson because y'all were talking about, oh, Franz Manderson's a liar. Well, you don't have to believe him. It's right in the regulations. And guess what? Again, contrary to what y'all thinking, oh, go FOI it. You don't have to FOI it. It's right there in black and white. It's part of our laws. It's a regulation. Lord have mercy. For lack of knowledge, my people will perish. And trust me, every single day, I see it more and more. Y'all love to quote the Bible. So this is a Bible verse. Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be no priest to me. Thou hast forgiven the law. Sorry, thou hast forgotten, my apologies, the law of thy God, and I will also forget thy children for lack of knowledge in every aspect of our lives. That's what's wrong with us. We don't have a clue. We don't really want to know a clue. When people try to give you a clue, you just don't care. Yes, $300 a year as a laundry allowance. But yet, when I tell you that your MPs are getting allowance, $5,000 a month, $2,500 for the Black MPs to travel, $2,500 for housing, y'all still telling me, Sandy, oh, don't talk about the MPs. Let's talk about the governor. And let's talk about the the police commissioner for lack of knowledge, because their allowances are nowhere near what your MPs are doing. And at least they're working a full-time job, whether you want to or believe it or not. Wake up, K-Man. You're being hoodwinked. You really are being hoodwinked, and it ain't by me. Captain Max says, Pastor Hill. Oh, Jesus, no. And Aliano says, I will not believe it. There needs to be more of an independent commissioner oversight board to bring before the people. To bring what exactly? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is. What the funny thing is, some of you will know this, but my ex-husband was a prison officer. And when the person first made the comment about the police commissioner, I said, no, honey child. Just from my own experiences, I remember him getting allowances and stuff. And it was nowhere, there was no housing allowance. That was no big time. I was like, no. Prison will have their own allowances, prison officers that they get as well. I was like, nobody gets that kind of allowance. And I knew that for a fact. But even when you're presented something, the deputy governor, why would the deputy governor lie about something like that? Because it's the easiest thing in the world to fact check. Now you have the facts before you, Aliano. Are you still saying that you don't believe the regulations? You want to see his pay stub? What? And, let's be very, very clear here. A $500 or $350 or $300 laundry allowance for the year is a drop in the bucket compared to what and how much of the people's money is being wasted in so many other ways. That's what y'all need to be concerning yourselves with. Right? Get with the program now. Folks, it is International Right to Know Day. Like I said, we have extended an invitation to the Ombudsman's office to come on the program and to talk about FOI. People need to understand what the Ombudsman's office does, what's the importance of FOI. We finally have a Caymanian in that position. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. But that means now that we need to know, what is the purpose of FOI? How does FOI work? When they tell you no to an FOI request, what are your rights? What can you do? What can you not do? We have tons of questions. So although they thought the invitation was only for today, I made it very, very clear. It's an open invitation. You can come at any time. I'm going to go back to them again. You gave us 24 hours notice, less than 24 hours notice about International Right to Know Day. But we're going to now say to you, we want you to please come on and tell the people about it. Even if it's after the fact, that's okay too. Because this concept of you having a right to know is so important. There's so many jurisdictions around the world where you do not have the right to know. You don't have access to information. There is no FOI. There are no freedoms. Somebody was just private messaging me about Cuba and this and that. And I'm like, well, we can't solve Cuba's problems. Cuban people must stand up and make demands on their government. The people of the Cayman Islands, you have a right to know. Although the last administration, y'all missed that. They watered down the FOI provisions as much as they could. Y'all were asleep at the wheels. Nobody was protesting that. Nobody was paying attention. They did that on purpose because they don't want you to know what's really going on. The more they keep you in the dark, the more that they can control you. And that is the crux of the problem. Wake up, folks. It has always been the way that those who are in control, whether it's the churches, I see Jonathan talking about the Knights Templar back in the day. Listen, the churches has been one of the biggest organizations from the 1200s straight from BC, who have always been about trying to keep you in the dark. When they put the Bible together, they didn't want you to read the Bible for yourselves even. Good morning, caller, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandy. Good knowledge. And thank you for giving us information. I got a little bit of challenge to put on your plate today, and I don't know if the rest of the viewers will agree with me. I know that you have empowered a lot of people with knowledge, despite of some people might not like it or not. But so it may be. You ever thought about putting together my challenge to you, Miss Hill, the Hill, is to see if you could do in the next couple of weeks, either put together like a little seminar or things to know to empower the younger female Caymanians. So that is my challenge for you for today, to have something to think about. If you would do something either at the town hall or something like that, the knowledge of people knowing their rights, what to question, how to question things to make you go, to knowledge them and to put them more on their feet.
Okay.
And that's my challenge for you today.
I appreciate
So I don't know who else will agree with me, but
it.
you get alongside, the people that you can pull to kind of back you on helping you put it together, and have like a town hall conversation where you could get a bunch of people, get a bunch of knowledgeable Caymanian women. We have the Chief Justice and stuff like that, women to empower women. We haven't had that in many, many years, and I think it's time. As a father of 3 daughters, I think it's time for that to be put together. So there's your challenge. Have a wonderful day.
Dear. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, I mean, absolutely, folks. I think that we as mothers, as aunts, as grandmothers, whatever your position is in your community as a woman, you have, the opportunity to empower people. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be something at the town hall. You can just take a young lady aside and have a conversation with her and encourage her in a positive way. I'm the mother of a daughter, and I have concerns about especially raising a daughter in this community and just in this world. And I think that the more we empower women, the more we strengthen young girls before they become women to know what their rights are and to be prepared to exercise those rights. And there will, without a doubt, be challenges along the way. Absolutely. Suzette says, I second that challenge. All right. I've been thinking about it a lot. Just last week, I reached out to the premier and a few other people. And I know that I jokingly say to people, I feel like I'm the 20th elected member, because really and truly, people come to me for everything under the sun. It doesn't matter the nature of the question. Like sometimes I get questions and I think, why did somebody think that I would even know this? And people say, but Sandy, even if you don't know, I know you're going to ask, you're going to find out, and you're going to get back to me, and you're going to let the people know. And I said, well, okay. It's one of those things, the more you perform, the more people are going to rely on you. But I want y'all to be self-reliant. That's why you notice anytime I tell you something, I'm going to share the link. Go look at it for yourself. This is how you get to this website. This is how you find it. Because you need to empower yourselves. Me having all this knowledge and information in my head or the resources to find it, that's all wonderful and good. But wouldn't it be better if you knew how to do it for yourself? Right? So I want to empower all men and all women out there who are listening to know that whether it is officially International Right to Know Day, what a tongue twister, September the 28th or not, every single day should be your right to know something. Go out there and find the information for yourselves. You can do it. There's nothing special about me. Well, there might be, but not really. You know what I mean? If I can do it, you can do it too, is the point I'm trying to make. But I've been thinking that, I need to do something a little bit more organized, because sometimes y'all be messaging me and I'm like in court and I'm like, honey, child, I'm trying to cover a trial, and I'm actually really, really busy. A mother called me yesterday. She's like, Miss Sandy, I'm a mother of, I think she said 3 or 4 girls. She's having some issues, having some problems at NAU, having some housing issues, and she wants to sit down and talk to me. I don't always have the freedom of like, oh, I've got an office space, so come and sit down and talk to me. So I'm looking at an option, and I have reached out, to be quite frank, to the premier, because he's the closest one actually to me in Savannah. And I've said to him, is there something that we can do where I can give people access? Like people can come and sit down. Y'all just want to talk to me, honey child. And, I can kind of use your MP office for the sake of making and holding appointments. And, I'll do a couple clinics. It'll be, come meet Sandy Day clinic or whatever. And he must have thought it was such an unusual request. And then I was saying it to another person who's a private citizen. They said, you know what, Sandy, I've been kind of thinking about this too. How can I help people more in a more organized way? And they're thinking about doing something like for the first of the year in January. So I don't want to rush the process, because I think setting up something that's logical, sustainable, and that makes sense, that can ultimately benefit the people, is something we want to do. So long-term solution, right? But just know that in my head, I'm already toying around with the idea of how CMR, we've always been a platform that has been about the people's business. Always about that. And there are ways in which we can perhaps expound upon that a little bit more. It's in my head. I'm mulling it over. I'm thinking about it. And now it's just a matter of working out the finer details. Because as I always say, folks, the devil's in the details. You can have good intentions, but this is what separates the boys from the men and the real women from the little girls now. You got to know how to organize it. So it won't be beneficial to you if it's not organized properly and it's all over the place. Remember what I said about your MPs even? If they don't know how to organize themselves out of a crock-a-sack bag, they're not going to be much good to you. So you need people with a certain skill set. And if a person has that skill set, then there are times when they have to step up in the community and offer their services to the community. We do a lot already here in this platform. You guys know that. We help you recover money and do all sorts of stuff. Speaking of money, Garth, it's now the 28th of the month. You have until Friday to get the remaining balance of the $1,300 that you owe that man. So you paid $450. Somebody do the math for me. How much is left out of $1,300 from the $450? That's still a lot of money. Get the man's money together, because I will be in contact with you on Friday for the balance of the money. And I do not want to hear any excuses. Y'all know, you don't appreciate how much of a no-nonsense person I am, especially when you try to do wrong to people. We have a situation with Colombian nationals. I'm trying to get some more information on this. This person says, Sandy, you empower us every day. No need to accept that challenge. You really have a full plate. And there's also a degree of balance, folks, that has to come from anything that I do as a community worker, as, you know, whatever you want to call what I do at CMR, right? Because we don't consider ourselves like normal and regular media. We go beyond that. There's a degree of activism, but there also has to be a degree of balance. I mean, I have a family, I have a husband, and you know, I'm a mother. That's my most important role. So yesterday I was at home. I didn't leave home at all yesterday. I stayed home, did a little bit of work on the computer, and then I was helping Gianna with some homework, helping her, because listen, she's got to learn how to spell. She has to learn how to read. She has to learn how to write. She has to be able to do her math. She's going to learn how to swim. She's going to be well-rounded. She's got to be playing some kind of sport, whether it's soccer, tennis, cricket. I don't care what she plays. She's got to be physically active. So I have a job, and my most important job in this world is that of being a mother, right? And I always say this to men. Men are so lucky because you guys have the benefit of having normally wives at home who do all your domestic stuff that you don't have to worry about. Somebody's washing your clothes and somebody's doing this and raising the children for you. You know, men who are politicians have it the easiest because their wives are normally, a lot of them stay at home and they do all the heavy lifting to be supportive to you. And then they just show up and look good. And everybody thinks, oh, well, that's an easy job for her. No, it's not. It is challenging for women to be, you know, listen, y'all want a lady in the streets and you know what, in the sheets, and you want a meow kitty in the bedrooms and all kinds of stuff. You know, you want a sex goddess. You guys want a lot from women in particular. But there has to be some degree of balance, right? So I can't burn myself out when I've got a full-time job. I actually own several businesses, in case you didn't know. So I've got more than a full-time job doing that stuff. And then I want to be there for my community. I want to help people, but there has to be balance because I need to make sure that my family is good. Next thing you know, I'm in divorce court. You know, my husband's saying, nope, she forgot to feed my child. She's not doing her job. That can't be the case. So balance is necessary. So I've put this energy out there that I'm willing to do a little bit more, but I'm going to do it, you know, these clinics, if you will, in a arranged way. And it'll be a couple times a week where people can sit down and have my ear. And I'll tell you guys some more details as we kind of firm up how it's going to work and where it's going to be and that sort of thing. But I just want to let you know that from last week, I started to think more about the level of engagement, definitely coming into 2023, that I want to have with the community. So Perla is in support. She says, please do, Sandy. Captain Mark says, let's go. That's what class is about. Show them how to use the tools. Damien goes on to say, love those stadium games. What stadium games are we talking about? Like Daniel and the Lions? Oh my goodness. Free consultation. Yes. And of course, you guys know I'm not claiming to be an expert. So when you come to me, take it with a grain of salt. I will do my best to point you in the right direction so you can find the experts. But I don't want y'all to think now that I'm pretending to be moonlighting as a lawyer, because that will not be happening. If I tell you something about the law, I'll say, go look it up for yourself. Here's the law and here's the name of a good lawyer. Yes. Perla says, if you can go to a bar to find a girl, I'm sure you have time to know your rights. Educate yourself. Captain Mark likes the idea. He says, ask Sandy Hill Day on Tuesdays. Jonathan says that if Cayman government would separate church and state from our politics, business would run a bit better. A YouTube channel, School for Prophets in Babylon. Okay. Aliana says, hear you now. Where's my, what is this? MGTOW button? What is MGTOW? I don't know. Captain Mark says you have to take over CMR, a teen version. Well, for years now, we were supposed to have been launching on CMR a youth show. The problem is I am no longer a youth, even if I am in my head. So this is the type of thing, folks, where we need young people. And I've met with young people a couple of years ago, and we firmed up the idea we're going to do it. We even did a whole competition with picking a name, but I need the young people to step forward, and they have to do it themselves. This isn't a situation where I'm going to be sitting here necessarily holding your hand to a large extent. So if you know of any young person who is minded to have their own show on CMR, hey, give them my number. We have the platform, we have the audience, and we will certainly give them whatever they need to get it done. But they have to then put in the time and do their part. Like I said, it's about balance. And honestly, there's only so many things that you can do. I got my cooking show that's still in the works that I still got to kick off. You know, there's a lot here on CMR that we want to do, but ultimately it's about helping people and empowering people with knowledge and information. And along the way, having a little bit of fun, a little bit of food, a little bit of entertainment. Why not? Okay, folks. Jonathan says, just 60 years ago, a man was able to have one job and was able to own a home and afford to maintain a wife and even 3 or 5 kids. Well, I don't know about that, because a lot of our men were off to sea, sending money back home to their core families. See, this is it. Y'all don't know your history, you know. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity. And I want to do a big shout out to DART while we're at it, because they're going to be sponsoring our Cayman Voices segment, which hopefully will be launching in October. We've got video footage. We're lining up more interviews. But when you say that it was easier for people 60 years ago, 90 years ago, 100 years ago, the people that I'm talking to do not agree with you. They said it was simpler in a way, maybe less stressful, but at 15 and 16, they had to leave Cayman, get on a boat in a foreign country with foreign men and women, mostly men, that they knew nothing about. And they were making sacrifices to be able to get a couple shillings. And when I say a couple shillings, I do mean literally a couple shillings, to be able to send back home to support their families. And if a mother had 3 or 4 boys, all 3 or 4 boys went away to do that. And then eventually they got married and started to hustle for their own individual families. So life was no easier. They tell you, we didn't have the toys that y'all have now. We had to make our own fun. We had to do I mean, listen, it was a different time. It was different. I don't know if it was any easier or any better. It was just different. And this is one of the reasons why we're doing Cayman Voices, because I think that, again, there's so much that we assume that we know. I'm not 50 years old. So I don't know nothing that happened before the 80s, really. I was born in the 70s, but I'm a product of the 80s and beyond, right? So I want to speak to anyone who has a story to tell. You're in your, I'm going for the older folks, the older generation first, 70s and beyond at this point. I've interviewed a couple 90-year-olds, people in their 80s. That's the age group that we're looking for. So if you know of anyone in that age group that has anything to say, you tell them to or their family members to contact me. Before, unfortunately, dementia sets in, before they start to forget stuff or they get Alzheimer's or whatever, have them speak with me. We are recording these interviews, and I tell you that they are going to be an amazing expose on Caymanian history and culture. I ran into someone the other day. He's not Caymanian by birth, but he has been here since the 70s, has owned restaurants and different businesses. And as he was talking to me, I'm like, oh my God, I need to interview you. He knows so much about people and things. And, you know, what an amazing history the Caymans has had. And I feel like a lot of us don't know that history. And that really is what Cayman Voices is all about. Now, listen, yesterday morning, I don't know how many of y'all saw this video that we put up on social media. We went to the Georgetown Yacht Club, where the governor, the premier, and the military crew that was offshore were there. The ship actually came on board, and they had the regiment and some others who were all there, and they were spending some time, you know, with this commando troop of disaster relief specialists. So we aired it yesterday, but I kind of feel like a lot of you may have missed it. I'm not really sure. And so I feel like we should probably share that with you again, just in case you missed it. So does anybody have any objections to me sharing it now? Folks, again, this is how you learn, and this is how you know what's going on in your country. We try to be in as many different locations as we possibly can so that you guys are very much aware of what is happening. So let me see if I can pull this video in. So this would have been a compilation video, folks, speaking to the governor, speaking to the premier, and speaking to some of the troops as well. It's only about 10 minutes. So sit back, grab your second cup of coffee, because apparently it's going to make you live longer, and enjoy this special segment. And then after this, we'll play the outro show, and we'll be ending the show for the day. Believe me, I have recognized the time, and I know we're into overtime. I don't even know if we're still on the radio. Are we still on the radio? I have no clue. But if we're not, you know, oh well. But keep tuned in to this, and then I will see you guys tomorrow for, what is tomorrow now? Tomorrow's Thursday, for the Thursday edition of our show.
HMS Medway, which is a Royal Navy ship, was actually in the Turks and Caicos Islands. It was supporting the Turks and Caicos, dealing with Fiona, which was a Cat 3 hurricane. But because we also had Hurricane Ian descending upon us, we asked the Royal Navy to come to Cayman as soon as possible to support us in case we needed it. So I think it's hugely impressive that they were able to sort of turn around from Turks and Caicos and come all the way here, and they arrived in our waters yesterday. It's a really difficult job following the storms and working out how best to sort of keep the ship safe as you come in to obviously very dangerous and difficult waters. But they're here, and as I said, I think that's a really good sign of you know, what help we could expect to get if we were affected by a really serious weather event. So what we're seeing this morning is the ship itself is sort of still out to sea, but a RIB, a rigid inflatable boat, will come to Georgetown Yacht Club with about 15 or 16 commandos on it. Now these are your first responders. They're highly specialized engineers, carpenters, electricians, people who can fix a port, people who can fix your airport or support us in doing that. And they would come in immediately after the storm has passed, and help us really try and, essentially make sure the port and the airport is up and running, because once we've got those fixed, the UK and others can then fly in, and we can sort of ship in sort of supplies to help us deal with whatever situation we're facing. So to this morning we should see the boat of commandos arrive. They're expected shortly, and we haven't needed much support from Medway, thankfully. I think we're all just hugely grateful that Ian really sort of glanced past us and hasn't done a huge amount of damage, but it could have been an awful lot worse. We've seen what these adverse weather events can do, but I think the key message for me is when we look at HADA, humanitarian disaster relief, and the support the UK would provide to any of the overseas territories, this ship, Medway, is really important. And there is a second ship out there this season as well, Tide Force, which did go to Turks and Caicos to support on Fiona. And I think it's just really reassuring to us and our community that the Royal Navy is out there at our time of need and would be able to come in quickly and support us.
Thankfully, this was just a practice run for us. Effectively, we didn't have much damage at all. But in the Cayman Islands, in the last 20 years, we've had a lot of experience with tremendous damage, and we certainly know where the needs are. And I think having you here is a great reassurance for our people that those types of services will be available to us when we need it to address the safety and needs of our people in our time of need, because when you have a significant hurricane impact, all you can think about is making sure that the people are safe, your families are safe, and I think this gives us a lot of confidence. So I thank you very much for being here and join with the governor. Absolutely welcome you. This is a great opportunity for us in Cayman to see exactly what you guys can do, and I think it's amazing. We're going to try to find some projects for you to do, because we have had some damage, not significant, but I think this is a great opportunity, and I thank you for being here.
We were fortunately on task off TCI assisting with Hurricane Fiona. We were monitoring the weather patterns as they came through and saw that Ian was developing. Once we'd finished with Fiona, we were able to conduct a quick logistics stop, take on fuel, and pre-position ourselves to come and offer some assistance should it have been required. So, thank you for the exceptionally warm welcome that we've had. We've had some really good communication from shore. It's clear that the islands are incredibly well prepared, and all we're doing is just offering a bit of extra assistance should it be required. I'm incredibly fortunate in the fact that I've got a really capable ship. I've got a really competent team on board, and what we have is essentially it's like the big yellow pages. I've got a group of carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and everybody else on standby. So anybody you need, we can just offer a little bit of augmentation to the clearly resilient forces that you've already got here. So the ship, she's just currently to the north of Grand Cayman in a patrol area. What we found is yesterday the swell was quite high, so what we try and do is position ourselves in an area where the effects of the swell are minimised, and that's so we can get our boats away and operate our boats. We had a suitable window this morning, so she's currently patrolling offshore. She's small but perfectly formed, but the shoal area here, that our draft is too great to get in. However, looking at the port around the side from Georgetown, that is somewhere that we could probably access when the weather conditions permit. So we like to practice using our boats because it shows that we can get into a lot more inaccessible places. The two boats you've seen this morning are Pacific 24 jet boats, and in addition we also have two Zodiac craft which are flat bottomed, which allow beaching. So we've got a wide range of options in order to insert the CR troops so that they can, the crisis response troops, so that they can assist where required, and also augment with our own sailors if needed. There are limitations with sea state, but what we do have is the ability to monitor the sea state, and as the storm passes, the sea state reduces, and at a suitable moment, at the earliest possible opportunity, we will insert our sea boats and insert our troops to then assist the forces ashore. Incredibly fortunate, the damage from Ian has been minimal, but equally this is a great opportunity for my team to run out, prove their capability, prove to ourselves and prove to our partners in the region that we are able to get the equipment ashore and to assist as required.
It's great to have this capacity here, so we should certainly use it. But for me, it really, Cayman is incredibly capable and resilient and has I think one of the best disaster responses in the region, but to have this additional capacity come in just gives us so much more resilience, and I think it's just hugely reassuring.
I mean, the reality is though, if you have a big hurricane, you are going to have big impacts and significant damage to property, and we're going to have people who are very, very concerned and who have who have needs. There's no question about that. So having this resource here, having the UK committed to doing this, and having them they've demonstrated incredible resiliency in being able to respond to effectively 3 different scenarios in the course of a week where overseas territories were going to be impacted, and for them to be able to demonstrate that they can help one and turn around, refuel, reprovision, and get to another one quickly, ought to offer us a tremendous amount of reassurance and a level of confidence that is appropriate to the situation that we will be facing. Having them here, and we're going to try to find things for them to do. The governor mentioned the docks, which I discussed with them earlier. There were a few docks in various communities, particularly in the eastern and southeastern side of the island, that their carpentry skills, their engineering skills could be employed to fix very quickly. We're gonna let Danny Coleman, as the head of the hazard management, basically sort of run the show on that and try to organize those things. I've mentioned to my team that they should put those requests through there. So I'm very pleased to be able to welcome them, and as I said, as the governor has said, it's a tremendous reassurance to us that in our time of need, they'll be there to help us.
This is a really useful opportunity for us to see what the conditions are like on the ground, to keep building these really positive relationships. So, should the worst case scenario occur, we'll be even more prepared for the next instance. So, the lessons we identify from this will inform future planning efforts to make sure that we're as efficient as possible should the need arise.
I was part of the team that deployed ahead of the storm, so that's from Northwood. And our role really in the last week has been to get ahead of the storm. So we initially deployed to Boston, and as we said earlier, that was to track what was going on in the region, so we could provide that regional support and situational awareness, so we could deploy quickly to get into the areas which were most affected. Obviously that led us to come to the Cayman Islands and support the National Emergency Operations Centre, the hazard management response, giving situational awareness back to London, but also to Medway, which was that's our UK MOD sort of method to get into the area, coordinate our end what we can do in terms of response, and directly support and reassure the areas that need it. And in this case, over the last week with the Cayman Islands. So that's been, for us, that's been really beneficial, and we've really been welcomed from the beginning to do that. And that role, that coordination piece within the operations centre for us, we feel worked really well, and that really allowed us to go out, look at the areas that were most affected in the last 24 hours, feed that back into Medway, so that when they arrive today, that gives them the ability to deploy quickly into the areas that, if required, obviously, that need some help and support. Over the last week, we've really seen all of the stakeholders, all of the key players come together, and actually this is rehearsed, really rehearsed that, and I think that reassures a lot of people that the assets and the capabilities and the coordination and the leadership side is definitely pulling together in that respect.
For me, and I've said this to London, it's been a classic crisis response. You over-respond to be ready, and then pair back if you have to. And I think we've done that. Team Cayman, the whole Team Cayman and the UK component, having the UK emergency team here in advance, Medway coming in straight away. It's been, for me, a real excellent demonstration of what dealing with a crisis is all about.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth. on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.